Welcome to Spring Prize 2025. We are here in the beautiful lighthouse in Poole to celebrate our sixth award. It's the sixth time we're running Spring Prize. And if you're just tuning in now, Spring Prize is a prize that celebrates grassroots organizations that are regenerating their communities and regenerating the earth. And it's a partnership between Lush Cosmetics and ECRA, the Ethical Consumer Research Association, and they are a non-profit here in the UK doing research, publishing, but also campaigning for more ethics in businesses and in corporations. And I wanted to start by telling you a little bit about Spring Prize so we know where you are. So this is the first year out of the 6 years we've done that we're here in the home of Lush in Poole. Lush started in a small shop here in Poole and it's now in nearly 50 countries around the world. And one of the things that we say is our mission is to leave the world lusher than we found it. And Spring Prize is about not just funding organizations, but also supporting with connection. And those are the organizations that are leaving the world lusher than we found it. And until now, in the past six Spring Prize, we've donated 1.3 million pounds. This is a £250,000 award that's funded by Lush, but also with the support of 4 other really lovely organizations and funders that are here with us. And we're just waiting to start on stage, so you're here with me for a little bit longer. And I thought, in the time that we have waiting until they go live on stage, that we can interview one of the judges that has been here since the beginning. My name is Ruth Andrade, and I am an environmental partner at Lush, and I'm going to call Precious. Hello, Precious.
Hi, Ruth. How are you doing?
How are you? You're excited about tonight?
Very excited. The biggest crowd I've seen so far in all the Spring Prize Awards, but such beautiful energy as well. So I'm really thrilled.
And it's super, super exciting because Precious is one of our judges. And we have been, she has been here since the very first Spring Prize, right? Do you remember what it was like?
I remember very well. It was new ground for all of us, the judges. We felt bad about some that lost and some that didn't get, because we wanted to award everyone. And that energy has been the same, but we've developed better ways of honoring everybody's contribution to the shortlist.
And can you tell you, of course, Spring Prize is an award, but it's also a community. How is that for you?
This, for me, is a community of growth, a community of celebration, acknowledgement, and a community of loving everybody who's in the front lines at grassroots level of regenerating landscapes, cultures, and social gatherings of people. Just creating that collaboration, the peace and the love between people, their nature, and their place.
That's amazing. And can you explain grassroots? We use this word grassroots a lot. What is grassroots?
To me, grassroots is Indigenous local people putting an energy to rebuilding their lives back to abundance. And this starts off by regenerating the surrounding landscape, the surrounding mindset to that of abundance. And in this case, for me, abundance means abounding and thriving, but also being generous to the nature and the environment that you're taking care of.
That's beautiful. I think Spring Prize as well, we're here to what we call regenerate generosity. How can we be more generous, like nature, always giving more abundance, and also support the folks that are very, in a carefree way, building that nature wealth so we can all take part, have clean water, clean energy, clean air. Thank you, Precious.
Thank you, Ruth, and thank you for acknowledging all the efforts globally. Such a privilege to have been here for all this time.
Very good. Thank you so much. I think we're about to start, so I'm going to wrap this up and I'll leave you with the stage. Thank you.
Tēnā koutou katoa, nau mai, haere mai, ki Lush Spring Prize. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the 2025 Lush Spring Prize. We made it. My name's Jessie Lee. I'm one of the judges for the Indigenous Knowledge and Wisdom Award. I am Māori, and I'm from a little old place called Aotearoa. You may know it as New Zealand. So tonight, you may hear some small parts of my language, but don't worry, I will give you translations. I also have the privilege of guiding us through the evening. Before I start, I do have to say you all look absolutely fabulous. So, we do have a little bit of housekeeping we need to get through. There are no planned fire alarms, so if you do hear one, please exit calmly. The evacuation point is on Selden Lane behind Tappers at the back of the lighthouse. All exit points are clearly marked throughout the concert hall. This evening, you can use the hashtag Lush Spring Prize across all socials, and a shout out to anyone watching live on springprize.org. Now, accessibility for everyone is incredibly important to us. So, we have the ANTS translation support team who are with us tonight, ensuring that everyone is heard and understood. So, can the technical support team from ANTS please stand up and raise your hand? At any point throughout the evening, if you're having an issue with your headset, please go and see the team and they'll help you out. So tonight, we're going to be celebrating with many different cultures from across the globe. You will notice that some of us Indigenous folk may be proudly wearing our traditional garb. These sustainably sourced materials are part of our culture, woven deeply into the fibres of our existence. As an example, what I'm wearing tonight is called a kahuhuruhuru. It's a feathered cloak. It comes with protection. It comes with strength and spiritual connection, not only to where we are today, but also to my tupuna. Te tiro whakamuri, kōkiri whakamaua. Look back while moving forward. We begin by acknowledging all who have come before us, the ancestors of these lands and of your lands, and the ancestors of your line, the hands and hearts that made it possible for us to gather here today. Nau mai, haere mai, welcome. So I'd like to begin by having you all take a moment to look around the room. Truly see who is here, who's sitting beside you. Is there a shortlister nearby? Somebody who had the impossible task of reviewing over 600 extraordinary applications, trying to honour each one with care. Is there a Lush co-founder? Somebody who brought this radical company to life. Is there somebody who funded this work? Not for credit or return, but because they believe that the future is worth investing in. Maybe there's a judge, or somebody who crashed the event entirely. And the prize recipients, can we please show them some love? We're not just individuals gathered here, we are threads in a much larger weave. This is what we call kotahitanga, the power of us uniting and coming together. The Spring Prize was never just about celebration, it was always about recognition. This prize is a koha, a small offering for the mighty work that you are doing. It's a way of recognising kaitiakitanga, the practice of guardianship, not ownership, not extraction, but relationship. It says we see you tending watersheds, reviving seed banks, restoring language, resisting violence, and growing futures. It says this work matters, but you don't need us to tell you that. Because the real reward is in the regeneration itself. It's in the intimacy that you build with land, with the relationships that you restore with people, and the systems you are reimagining every single day. And it matters that we're holding this gathering in 2025 because this moment in history is not neutral. We are living through deep global uncertainty. Ecological collapse is not future tense, it's present. Borders are hardening, fascism is rising. Resource extraction continues under the name of progress, and too many communities, especially the global south, are being asked to survive under systems designed to fail them. And yet, in the face of this, you keep building, you keep remembering, you keep resisting, and you keep restoring. You are the ones who tend to soil while others chase skyscrapers. You are the ones that know regeneration is not a trend, it is a returning, it is a relationship, a remembering and a commitment. But let us speak plainly, not everybody who should be here tonight could be. There are prize recipients, community leaders who have been denied visas, who were told once again that their presence was too complicated, too political and too risky. Let us name that and let us feel that injustice. Borders are not just lines, they are acts of violence. They shape who gets seen and who gets heard. So we acknowledge them now, all of those who are not in this room, but who walk with us still. And we say it clearly, we stand in solidarity against the genocide happening globally. This is not a symbolic gesture, it is rooted in shared understanding that regeneration without justice is just landscaping. We believe in tino rangatiratanga, self-determination. The right of people to live freely on their land, to grow food without watching it be bulldozed, and to raise children without hearing drones overhead. This is not, let's not separate ecological work from political work. They are the same. You cannot regenerate this. You cannot regenerate the soil without returning the stolen land. You cannot restore ecosystems while remaining silent about genocide. And you cannot claim to honour nature if you do not also honour Indigenous self-determination. So, what is the Spring Prize? Yes, it's funding. Yes, it's a celebration. But more than anything, it's a pause, a witness, a chance to say, we see you, you're not alone. This prize doesn't fix the system, but it reminds us that the system is not all that there is. You're already building alternatives, already showing us how to live otherwise. And this room is proof that those threads, when woven together, are enough to hold something real. In Māori thought, we often end where we begun. Te tiro whakamuri, kōkiri, whakamaua. Look back while moving forward. So, let us honour our ancestors, yes, but let's also honour our descendants. It's time for us to be good ancestors now, because the work continues after this prize, after this evening, after the applause, and it will be hard, tender, slow, and gorgeous. But you won't be alone. He waka eke noa, we're in this together. So I say to all of you, shortlisters, funders, founders, friends, gate crashers, organisers and recipients. May you stay rooted in your values. May your work be nourished by this moment. And may you continue to regenerate not just land, but life itself. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. With much love and respect. Thank you. So, let's dive right in. The Spring Prize understands that transformative initiatives come in so many different forms and growth stages. We really are about celebrating the groundbreakers, not just the usual suspects. So that's why it recognises organisations across six distinct categories. For example, our Intentional Award. It provides a springboard for fledgling ideas, the new and the fresh projects on the block with less than 12 months old, all the way to the Established Award for those regenerative elders with over 5 years of proven impact in regenerative work. You're set to learn much more about each category as the night goes on. But first, I'd like to introduce Simone, who is a Lush customer judge and advocates for sustainable change in food systems, and Precious, who is a judge for the Spring Prize and Permaculture Magazine Award, a founder of Earth Wisdom and Igugu Trust in Zimbabwe. Welcome.
Thank you, Jessie Lee. Wow. So the Intentional Award is something truly special. It's for individuals, communities, and aspiring organizations that have incredible ideas but need that crucial foundation to grow from. With special thanks to the Dixon Foundation for supporting this award category and believing in the power of turning ideas into reality.
To create the change we need dreamers who are able to turn those dreams into a reality. And the Intentional Award does just that. This award says, we see you and we acknowledge your effort. And we are also excited to be the initiators of tonight's awarding. So let's get to it. The shortlisted nominees for the whole award are Thank you. Congratulations to all the shortlisted awards.
And the awardees for Spring Prize 2025 Intentional category are Nashore Defenders, Agropueblos, Tender Shoots, and Ubuntu Learning Hub Trust.
Is an NGO dedicated to spotlighting Madagascar's conservation heroes. Through the Ocean Defenders project, we support 10 ocean guardians from small-scale fishing communities facing social pressure, illegal activities, and climate threats. Regeneration is about bringing damaged ecosystems back to life. It focuses on restoring plants and animals, protecting biodiversity, and making the environment stronger, all the while reducing the harm caused by human activity. We integrate regeneration by supporting 10 ocean defenders from coastal communities. We are all connected to the ocean. Ignoring its challenges is to ignore our shared responsibility.
Mi nombre es Miguel Chindoy, soy miembro del pueblo originario Kamsha del sur de Colombia. Agropueblos está iniciando un proyecto que consiste en el fortalecimiento de los sistemas productivos propios según el conocimiento ancestral de los antepasados. En la lengua Kamsha decimos jajain, para referirnos a la chagra, que consiste en un cultivo integral donde confluyen integralmente especies medicinales y especies alimenticias. Huashensan puede equivaler a regenerar, restablecer, restaurar, reforestar. Pero más allá de esos términos, el concepto que incluye en Huashensan quiere decir atrevernos a enfrentar el desafío del hambre. No solo el hambre humana, sino también el hambre de la madre tierra, porque la tierra, como ser vivo, necesita alimentarse.
Energy Research School focus on environmental conservation, education, and gender equality through community drivers projects. Our project aims to empower Indigenous youth with knowledge and leadership skills to address environmental degradation, promote sustainability, and strengthen their community resilience. Success means seeing Indigenous youth take ownership of environmental initiatives, leading their community in sustainable practice. It's when Yuangan forests, water sources, and biodiversity are protected, and the community thrives in harmony with its environment.
Ubuntu Learning Center is a space for bridging the gaps that exist in life, a space for sharing life-changing experiences, for shining light on solutions that we need for healthier lives and planet. The word Ubuntu means I am because you are. I cannot be fully human alone. I am a human in the presence of other people. This is a space at Ubuntu where we interact with people on how to farm naturally. And from there we interact with people how to eat natural food, how to cook natural food. I would like to see more Ubuntu in people. Ubuntu is the essence of being human, the caring nature, learning from it, and working with it.
Nature Defenders is an NGO dedicated to spotlighting Madagascar's conservation heroes. Through the Ocean Defenders project, we support 10 ocean guardians from small-scale fishing communities facing social pressure, illegal activities, and climate threats. Regeneration is about bringing damaged ecosystems back to life. It focuses on restoring plants and animals, protecting biodiversity, and making the environment stronger, all the while reducing the harm caused by human activity. We integrate regeneration by supporting 10 ocean defenders from coastal communities. We're all connected to the ocean. Ignoring its challenges is to ignore our shared responsibility.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We are going to just say congratulations to all of you, and may he please come to the front. Thank you. You're welcome to take a seat. Thank you. Well, we get to hear from them. We congratulate you for the amazing wins in life, including this one. So we'll just go through this as quick as we can, and I trust you. Okay, to Agro Pueblos, you have your translation. We're good? Yes, thank you. In the film, you talked about the hunger of Mother Earth, and that the earth is a living being that also needs to feed itself. We agree, and would like to know from your own perspective, what does this mean? And how do you practically apply it in your work?
Muchas gracias. Los pueblos originarios, particularmente el pueblo Camanchá al que pertenezco, nuestros antepasados han tenido conciencia que nuestra primera identidad o la identidad esencial es que somos hijos de la Madre Tierra. Ella nos alimenta, nos cuida, nos orienta, nos enseña, nos protege, nos provee. Y ella siente, es un ser vivo que necesita en consecuencia del cuidado, de la correspondencia nuestra como hijos. Ella, igual que nosotros, tiene hambre, siente. Y nosotros como hijos tenemos la obligación de cuidarla, amarla, respetarla, honrarla en todas nuestras actividades. Por eso, producir sanamente, cultivar sanamente es una manera de honrar a ella, cuidar su salud y prever su necesidad. En nuestro idioma, BTA se dice manto de la Madre Tierra. Los árboles, las plantas son el manto de la Madre Tierra.
Gracias. Thank you. Thank you very much. And congratulations again from all of us. To Tender Shoots, you are dealing with one of the most probably urgent and very important issue of bridging intergenerational gaps. Your work focuses on empowering Indigenous youth in Myanmar. Congratulations for your win. I was super proud. What you said about listening to those who have lived in harmony with nature before, how do you make this alive in your projects? How do you bridge this gap?
Yeah.
I think it's good.
Yeah. So firstly, I would like to say thank you for the Lush Spring Prize and also you. So according to my projects and also in my countries, most of the youth organization and also the youth empowerment is very important issue in my country because in my career the others people is the long-lasting economic, ecological effect. They know it, but most of the youth are going to, especially working on their urban migration and also their digital tool they use it. So that I would like to create about the intergenerational spaces for them. So I would like to create to invite their adult people, and also they would like to create platform for adult people and also the young people to communicate each other for solving their sustainable future for our community. Thank you
so much. Thank you for your important work, and we're truly honored to have you here tonight. Thank you. To Ubuntu Learning Hub, Mhlophe, congratulations in our language. Your concept of Ubuntu, I am because you are, feels like it connects all of your work. How does that philosophy manifest at the center and as you approach your day-to-day work? Also, how do you practice it?
Thank you very much. Yes, Ubuntu philosophy, the indigenous African philosophy of togetherness, really guides us at Ubuntu Learning Center in everything that we do. So what it means is acknowledging and living the power of community. So we do that by having an open door policy where Ubuntu Learning Center is open to anyone who would like to experience the Ubuntu way of living. And Ubuntu way of living means that we share. For us, sharing is caring. And we work together in everything that we do, including growing food, preparing meals. We eat together, and we are each other's keeper. So we start our days by having morning reflections where we check on each other and plan the day together. So for us, Ubuntu is life, and it's what we do every day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Walter. We really appreciate your wisdom that you also brought to the whole week of work this week. Nashira Defenders, welcome and congratulations. You are working with ocean defenders in Madagascar community who are dealing mostly with external issues that are affecting your communities: illegal fishing, climate change, among many others. This may be draining. It can be paralyzing to your efforts. How do you keep going? What is that energy that comes to you to keep everybody motivated to keep going?
Thank you. So first of all, I would like to thank Lush and Lush team for this award and for making today's possible. This is in honor, as you said, of Ocean Defenders Madagascar, who are risking their lives in protecting our marine ecosystems. So yeah, it's right that sometimes it can be draining and makes them feel powerless because of threats, because of climate change, and because of what they are living. But the first thing is to listen to them. We have to listen to them so that we can get their stories. And they also have projects to develop their communities. So this is how to empower them. And also, what keeps this energy alive is that we try to connect. We try to connect them with authorities that are decision takers so that their projects can keep going. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And congratulations again. Okay. And I think the room agrees that we did super well on time. So we can still sneak in one more question. This we must hear from you guys. The first thing is, before we finish, I would like to ask, what do you hope your organization will look like in 5 years? You know, we're so glad about all your ideas and we are seeing the living dream. What are you seeing in 5 years? And what's the vision that will keep you going? And also, being here in front, being acknowledged for your dreams, what does that mean to you? Just, is that doable in one sentence? I think yes. Okay. Yeah, so you can choose whoever can go.
A partir de la experiencia de los pueblos originarios, queremos dejar un mensaje para el mundo, para la humanidad. Hoy la clave es volver a sentir espiritualidad, ancestralidad.
Gracias.
Thank you. So for Ubuntu Learning Center, we hope that in 5 years' time, we will be having the capacity to share our life-changing experiences with many more people, especially the young people, and that will ignite the passion of the Ubuntu philosophy in other people so that they can start their own learning centers to share this experience with a wider audience. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you.
So for me, after 5 years, our organization will produce a lot of the youth development and also the future generation. Now I'm the first participant from Myanmar. So next 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 years, they have another Myanmar participant is over there. So yeah, so I would like to create the kind of their leadership scale. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. So our dream is that in 5 years, more recognition, more networking, and especially justice for those who are defending our nature all over the world, but also in Madagascar.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for your time. And intentional awards also really represent a birthing of new things that will grow. So we wish you the growth in everything that comes. I'll invite you to stand, and I want to do an ululation in my African culture just to celebrate their journey. Thank you. I salute you, so you feel free to go. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Precious. And can we just have one more round of applause for our intentional prize recipients? Now, as you heard over the tannoy system earlier, unlike political climate policies, our ceremony tonight will actually stick to the schedule. So, I'm going to invite our next guests up. I'd like to introduce you to Ro, a co-founder and inventor for Lush Cosmetics, and Steve, who is all things to everyone, master tea drinker, and supports our Lush partners around the world.
You just had to do it, didn't you?
I didn't laugh. That means I'm getting old.
It does mean you're getting old. People only laugh when you're young enough to trip over, Steve.
But Ryan,
Good evening.
I think that my plant's trying to talk to yours.
Steve, plants don't... Hang on a minute. Did yours just do a wiggle?
It did. See? I told you.
Ooh.
What did I tell you?
You told
I tell you,
me, yeah.
ever since that I read the My Causal Network...
I bet you can't spell it.
Can't even pronounce it.
No, you can't.
You know, when old trees literally send nutrients and communicate with younger trees through underground fungal networks. I've been paranoid the plants have been gossiping about me.
But Steve, that's trees in forests, not house plants.
How do you know? I bet that my mature spider plant has been giving your succulent a life advice.
What's that little one? Steve's plant told you what?
Don't encourage them. And you, stop spreading rumours.
Actually, Steve, I think this is the perfect time to tell people why we're here, because we're going to introduce the Young Category Award for organisations that are 1 to 5 years old, like my little succulent here.
Right, so while my ancient spider plant could win the established award, these young category winners are saplings getting nutrients and wisdom from the established organisations.
Exactly. And just like in forests, the most exciting growth often happens when the older, more established organisations can support the younger ones.
Oh, and unlike my theories about plant gossip, the Spring Prize Young category is based on actual evidence. We know that supporting emerging organisations creates stronger, more resilient movements.
Plus, some of these young organisations are doing things that your 10-year-old houseplant makes it look like it's been taking a long nap in the same pot.
Did you hear that? She said you're lazy. I told you they were gossiping.
So before Steve starts the plant therapy session, let's meet this year's organisations who've been learning and growing in their regenerative work for the past 1 to 5 years.
The shortlisted nominees for this year's Young Category Award are...
So this year we have 3 award winners, and the first one is Nundito. So
That's
sorry.
easy for you to say.
Somos agricultores de Ñondito, Tierra Viva. Practicamos la agricultura regenerativa cultivando maíz y algodón nativos en la costa de Oaxaca, México. La regeneración es un proceso de recuperación de cosas que hemos perdido, por ejemplo, la fertilidad de los suelos agrícolas. La regeneración es una tarea colectiva. Estamos tratando de restaurar los ecosistemas de nuestras pequeñas parcelas agrícolas, trabajando juntos de manera organizada como colonias de hormigas. Nos esforzamos por tener parcelas agroecológicas y cultivar todos nuestros alimentos libres de agrotóxico. Esto es buena salud, esto es cuidar el medio ambiente. La gente puede aprender de nuestras experiencias y resultados que estamos logrando. Les mostramos el trabajo con hechos, que las parcelas pueden ser realmente productivas, con la elaboración de compostas y fertilizantes foliares orgánicos, cultivando la diversidad de plantas, sembrando abonos verdes y sembrando a curvas a nivel. Logramos una buena producción. Compartimos con ustedes una sabiduría. Conservamos la semilla nativa, la cultivamos en la tierra fértil a 30 centímetros de profundidad con mucha materia orgánica en nuestras parcelas. Estamos fortaleciendo el sistema milpa ancestral, que es maíz con frijol, calabaza y quelites, respetando la vida de los insectos. Que todos los agricultores o productores tengan productos para vender en el mercado, libre de residuos de agroquímicos, cultivado bajo sistemas agroecológicos saludables en todos y cada uno de los lugares.
Alex, would you like to come and join us on stage? So Alex is one of our Spring Prize coordinators and our bilingual fairy.
Felicitaciones. Escuchamos esta semana que están produciendo algodón de colores naturales. ¿Cómo es esto posible y cuántos colores hay?
La vida misma está lleno de colores y nosotros como productores de algodón de colores en la costa de Oaxaca, México, somos del pueblo Ñu Sabi, que nuestros ancestros nos dejaron esa herencia y es extraordinario para nosotros compartirlo con todo el mundo hoy, los colores del algodón nativo de la costa de Oaxaca, México.
Y acaban de cosechar la primera generación de semillas de algodón libre de transgénicos de su invernadero. ¿Por qué es eso tan importante?
Es muy importante porque Nosotros queremos volver a tener nuestra semilla ancestral 100% puro, libre de transgenes que ahora circula en el mundo.
Muchas gracias. Back to you, Steve.
Oh, brilliant. Thank you so much, Alex, for supporting me with that interview. I had actually offered to do the interview in Spanish because I was feeling very, very confident with my 72-day streak of Duolingo, but I hadn't quite got to the level of chat about the GMO cotton and how bad it is for people and the environment. But what I will say, Alex, is il raton here usa la camiseta.
Alex, what did he say?
The mouse wants to wear the T-shirt.
Yeah, it's perfect. Moving on, then. Let's do the next awardee, who is the incredible returning Indigenous corporation from Bundjalung country in Australia.
The Returning Indigenous Corporation is a women-led not-for-profit, and we are governed by an all-women, majority Indigenous board of directors. We centre Indigenous ways of knowing and being, and all of our programs are led by Indigenous cultural facilitators and elders, artists, or experts as we see them, those who have embodied knowledge. First Nations people are regenerative. We have had to regrow and reform ourselves through the dreaming of colonizations on our lands. Our way is a way of relationality. We need to return and value the care system. As mothers, as women, as men, as brothers, as uncles, we all have this unpaid extra labor that we have to do under the capitalist regime, which is caring. We also have to care for country, care for the rivers, our Dajam and our Binging and our Kabul, the turtles and the platypus and the snakes of this country. If we start to experience the world as living, if we experience our animal king as family and the rivers as our sisters and our brothers, as the mountains as our uncles or our grandfathers, and return to experiencing the world as alive, we can embark on this beautiful returning of belonging. This cannot be an individual journey. It requires all of us. And when we bring each other through to these spaces, we get collective liberation.
We've got two questions for you. Now you've made me cry. Right, question one. You mentioned the First Nations people are inherently regenerative, that you've had to regrow and reform yourselves. Can you give us a quick example of what that looks like in your programs?
As Aboriginal Australians, we are faced with the capitalist colonial regime every day, and that is a culture that is directly opposing our way of being in the world. So we create programs where our people can have intergenerational weeks and time to access land in one of the most gentrified places on the East Coast. They don't have to pay for programs, and they don't have to pay to access their own land. We make sure that our cultural leaders are remunerated as the experts they are through their knowledge systems in knowing how to make fire, in how to play music, sing songs, and continue our language. For us, we hold these people as famous, and that is what we want our young people to look at. We don't want them to assimilate to this dominant culture. So our programs are also about centering Indigenous knowledge as success, and it's also about centering mothers and women and family as the most prominent and important people in our societies.
I think I've got it on there. Yeah. So we know Aboriginal cultures are the longest surviving cultures in the world. What can we learn from your culture during these quite challenging times for humanity?
Our people are about sharing, they're not about hoarding wealth. They are about caring, and they're not about individualism. They're about taking each other by the hand and walking together. I think the biggest thing that we have to remember in this time is that we are part of a system, and that humans are inherently part of that system, and that our role and responsibility is to be custodians. You know, we cannot actually be blocked out of nature. Nature needs us, and we need to start remembering and experiencing the world as living, all beings, not just animals, but rivers and mountains and plants, to the fungi, to the insects. They all play a part, and as do we. And when we remember that and we see them as our family, we will go to war for them, and we will protect them like that. We also have a dream and a vision.
I'll just quickly speak to our bigger dreaming for the world is that all Indigenous peoples globally are free from the colonial and capitalist regime, that we return to a centering of Indigenous knowledge systems and knowings, and that is upheld so that we may save this planet. Our dreaming is also to see reparations. Our dreaming is to see land back, and also we'll just end with saying Free Palestine.
Free Palestine!
And the final awardee, but by no means the last, is Land in Our Names.
Land in Our Names. Regeneration for us connects to the Sankofa principle, drawing on African and Indigenous knowledge to heal colonial harm, reconnect BIPOC to land, and address inequalities. Our work uses regenerative farming, restorative justice, and land stewardship to create healing spaces, promote mental health, and build a more just, anti-racist future for all. We are reconnecting BIPOC to the land for spiritual, emotional, and physical healing through green spaces. Our Lion Dandelion Garden offers volunteer gardening and drop-in sessions using regenerative farming practices to address land and food inequalities. We aim to reimagine land stewardship and believe that climate care, racial justice, and food justice are all deeply intersecting and interconnected. Lion's dream is to own land in close proximity to London so that it is easily accessible to our BIPOC communities. This space will serve as a sanctuary for healing, rest, and regeneration. We envision it as a place for retreats, gardening, and growing our own food. Success in our worldview means access to land for BIPOC, a world where Indigenous land stewardship is central. We imagine a future where communities thrive through connections to the land across borders, while fighting for land liberation and promoting justice, healing, and collective empowerment across the globe. Lion encourages people to recognize the harmful impact of land privatization systems and their connections to borders, labor, and racial injustices. We urge those with land access to create spaces for people of color. We must understand reverence and access to land as a fundamental human right.
Let's take some photos. Thank you. So I have to take my glasses off, I can't read. So today we already heard of Ubuntu, and you mentioned Sankofa. Two principles from African cultures. Can you explain what Sankofa is and how it translates into your practice?
Thank you. I feel like a bit of an imposter explaining it, but it's from an Akan proverb, and the Akan people are in Ghana, Togo, and Ivory Coast. And it has two translations, the proverb. One is, it is not taboo to go back for what you've left behind. And the other is, it's not taboo to go back for what you've forgotten. And both of those, they feel like they've got slightly different meanings. And then in the context of colonialism, imperial expansion, enslavement, and we are in the belly of the beast for all of that, Britain is so culpable for crimes and harms. And so declaring that we have a right to our Afro-Indigenous food systems, farming practices. Never have I felt more that we have that right than here this week, this evening.
Now, you're very clear that climate care, racial justice, and food justice are deeply interconnected. So we often see environmental movements that don't address racism, or social justice work that doesn't connect to land. So how do you hold all these together, and why is it impossible to separate them?
Yeah. I guess we just believe that everything goes back to land. Land justice is racial justice, is food justice, and as everyone in this room who's doing all this incredible work knows and recognizes, that's what it all goes back to. So any like segregation and separation of that is artificial and keeps us in these capitalist systems of trying to find like band-aid solutions. I spoke about Gaza this morning. I'm going to speak about Gaza again because we can't speak about land justice, racial justice, food justice, any of these things with what's happening right now without talking about it. And I think it's a prime example of like occupation and green environmentalism or greenwashing being a super destructive force, and a force where, you know, they don't talk about the environmental impact, okay, whatever, we're gonna scout that word, of what's happening in Gaza because people are being genocided at the same time. And yeah, for us, all of that links together, I guess, yeah. Struggling with those words.
Thank you ever so much. Yeah, thank you, thank you.
Well, sadly, we can't. Oh, sadly, never mind.
Thank you so much, Ro and Steve. And to the three amazing groups, can we give them another round of applause? Now we have an interlude to break bread together. We'll be back in approximately 50 minutes. We'd love for you, it wouldn't be Lush if we didn't give you a task, right? So we would love for you to learn a little bit more from each other while you're having your dinner. So your first activity for the night is I invite you to learn a new word connected to regeneration, but in a different language.
So you that are watching this, you can also try to, in this break, learn a new word connected to regeneration. And we've had a really beautiful evening so far with so many gorgeous groups from all over the world, from Mexico, from the UK, from Bunjalung country in Australia. And at the Lighthouse, our prize recipients and our judges and our guests are going to enjoy a really nourishing plant-based dinner. But I wanted to use the break to share a bit more about what we've been doing this week, because Spring Prize is not just a prize and an award and the ceremony. We also want to create connection, to increase learning between the organizations. So we've been together since Monday. And before I share what we've been doing this week, I wanted to go back to the initial roots of Spring Prize and start with a video from Simon Constantine, the son of Mark and Mo Constantine, two of the co-founders of Lush, in a garden called Carrie's Secret Garden that he dreamt and manifested. And he's going to be telling us, I went there last week to record with him, he's going to be telling us about the origins of Spring Prize and how we started caring about this stuff at Lush. So yeah, over to you, Simon, from Carrie's Secret Garden.
Hello, I'm Simon Constantine. I've worked at Lush for probably 18 years and I'm the son of Mark and Mo. And during my time at Lush, I was really interested in ethical ingredients. I'm also a perfumer, so I liked bringing those different elements together. Through that journey, Spring Prize kind of was born. Early on, we were really interested in where ingredients came from. That was just first and foremost, like, where does our stuff come from? And through that, it was kind of like picking at a thread on your jumper. As you kind of went down that thread, you start to ask more and more questions, not just about where our stuff comes from, but how we're treating the environment, and where we can learn to treat the environment better. And throughout that, we set up lots of different projects, lots of really exciting things. For instance, got really into permaculture. We started up the Slush Fund. The Slush Fund ran for quite a few years, and during that period of time we experimented a lot with this idea of moving beyond sustainable, and seeing kind of what lies beyond just being sustainable and moving into something that we then began to understand was regeneration. And we experimented a lot with supporting lots of individuals setting up demonstration sites around the world, so that you could kind of understand and show people exactly what it is that you were trying to do. Also experiment with that, because we didn't actually know what we were doing ourselves. I know that's hard to believe. And through that journey, we kind of ended up meeting lots of incredible people and realizing that just doing the Slush Fund wasn't enough, and that actually rewarding people for the hard work that they're doing, finding and seeking out this community of people that are part of this regenerative network, was something that we really wanted Lush to be a part of and to support and foster. And the Spring Prize then kind of fell out of that, if that makes sense. So ways of rewarding people and groups and individuals, communities all around the world who are doing incredible work, and showcasing them, and I think most importantly bringing everyone together to create this kind of incredible network. So that's really where I see the Spring Prize having come from. But we've got bergamot in, which I like. I mean, like, when you smell the... I keep nicking the leaves off of these because it does smell like Earl Grey.
Can you like them?
I mean, you can, yeah. As part of unravelling this thread and this whole journey that I was lucky to be a part of, one of the big turning points was moving beyond sustainable. If somebody asked how your relationship is with your significant other, your partner, and you said, oh, it's perfectly sustainable, I think people would probably think, well, that's a bit flat. Really, you want your relationship to be thriving, don't you? You want it to be changing and dynamic and adaptive and all the different things that actually start to encompass regeneration. And there was that turning point where I could see that a sustainable monoculture of, for instance, palm oil, it's perfectly sustainable. Are you in a relationship with nature that is thriving and adaptive and exciting and well, full of love and excitement? No, not really. You're just squeezing drops out of the ground in a very sustainable but quite boring way. And so that really was something that kind of drove our sort of shift, especially from the ingredient side into a more regenerative approach. As part of that, there's a really nice intersection then between the fact that you have nature doing its thing and then you have what we would traditionally call ourselves outside of that, and bringing people into the very heart of that. So for instance, here where I'm at in Carey's Secret Garden, which is down in Dorset, we aim to be one of these small demonstration sites which connects you as an individual to really positive interactions with nature. It could be really great, inspiring rewilding projects like the return of osprey, breeding osprey, back into the south of England, a species that was extinct locally for 180 years, or it can be bringing asylum seekers and refugees who were housed locally and were made an example of by our outgoing Conservative government, bringing them to the gardens to enjoy the space and to celebrate diversity of human spirit and endeavour and different cultures. And mixing all of those things up, I think then became, or has become, really the underpinning of what makes the difference between other movements and the regenerative movement, I believe. Often we get asked, you know, why should you care about these issues? Especially now, it feels like there's a kind of tidal wave of regressive politics and narratives around climate change and wilderness, and all of the great strides that we've made forward seem to feel like a little bit in jeopardy. But the truth is, everybody does still care. I read an article just the other day that said around 80% of people actually want to be motivated by these issues and want to be contributing. I think what's really dangerous is that the conversation has been made to feel muted, and that you kind of assume that you're the outsider when you're saying that to somebody else. And I think that one of the things that Lush is really good at is by forcing that conversation back out onto the high street, or through its website, or through its staff, back out into the world and saying, look, this needs to be talked about. Actually, there is a community of us doing this. It's not sitting with the 1%. We can all be a part of this. And that's very much what I'm passionate about, and I think that's what you're passionate about too. So next week we're going to move some of the citrus in there, some other plants, and then we've got a big banana and stuff as well, and then create like a living perfume in here with the jasmine. Should
nice.
kick out lots of flowers, and then get tuberose and things like that in.
Simon and I had a bit of fun in the gardens. And the next thing I would love to talk to you about is a little bit about our judging process. So Spring Prize is quite exciting because it's open applications. And it's rare these days that you have a fund with really broad open applications. And we also have something that we call the intentional category that you may have seen tonight, which is also a really exciting category because it's a prize and an award for ideas, for intentions, for people who are just starting. So yeah, really what we call, planting the seeds and nourishing the soil. But you can imagine being open application, how many applications we get? About 600. So this year we got more than 600 applications. And then how do you choose a small number of prizes from this, number of applications? So what we've been doing is we have a really amazing shortlisting team. And the shortlisting team are people working for Lush. So we have about 40 people in our shortlisting team. Of course, we have some people from the coordination team, and it's really interesting because they learn about regeneration by being a shortlister. So, of course, we have very experienced people reading the applications, but yeah, people learning through the business, manufacturing, retail, training, support teams. And while we were together this week, we had our shortlisting team, we had our prize recipients, we had our judges all together. I asked one of our video people to record the judges explaining some of the key concepts that are part of Spring Prize. So you may have heard terms like agroecology, permaculture, climate justice, and biomimicry. And we want Spring Prize to be to bring all of those movements together and be a good representation of all of those movements. So here, let's hear from our judges explaining what those things are. So if you're curious about what agroecology is or about mimicry is, please stay online and stay with us, and I'll be back for more later. Let's listen from our judges.
Well, we're somewhere in southern England, and it might be raining, but our spirits are not deterred. If anything, we thank Mother Nature for the rain. So biomimicry, interestingly, is an ancient idea, but a new study of science and magic and art. It's your choice to pick. But essentially, it's looking into how nature has solved problems and taking those problems to solve human challenges. Imagine yourself sitting in a train, maybe, and you prick your finger accidentally, and you wonder how it heals. And then you go and design pipes so that when they leak or they burst, they self-heal themselves. They close the gap, just like as our blood will clot and close the wound. So I'm giving an example here looking into a human. But since here we are talking permaculture, food, and there's been nice food, by the way. Lush is amazing. And since we're talking food here, I visited a farm of a Maya farmer in Mexico. And he said, I'm going to show you my farm tomorrow. We walked for 30 minutes. I'm like, where's your farm? He says, but we've been in my farm for 30 minutes. We were moving around, eating mangoes, fruits, pulling them down as we walked. That's an example also of biomimicry, where you are farming as nature would do it. In nature, you don't get anyone cutting down trees, bringing tractors to plant a single crop. Everything grows together, giving each other nutrients, and that's the whole idea of biomimicry. Look into how nature has solved it, and solved it and solve human challenges.
Often we describe agroecology as a science, a set of practices, and a social movement. And so we think of a science and the set of practices together. We think of the techniques, we think of the methods used, so it may be organic agriculture, maybe regenerative agriculture, maybe permaculture. And a lot of those, or nearly all of those, are really rooted in Indigenous practice and Indigenous and peasant practices. And then the movement side of it is what we think makes agroecology quite different. And so we in agroecology use a political framing. So we think about power and how power moves in the food system and how power is constructed to embed control over the food systems by corporations. And so we call that transformative agroecology. And for us, that's really a movement of bringing people together to think about how to reshape the food system. So bringing communities together who are working in social movements, maybe they're Indigenous communities, peasant farmers, bringing these people together to reshape the food system and think about how it could look differently. If our food system was transformed, I think it would be a food system that was more connected to the values of the people who grow the food, about the places that they come from. It would be less technical and more embedded in better food, better quality food. And it would really be encompassed by social and ecological justice.
There are many movements which we could describe as regenerative, and permaculture is one of them. Permaculture is about how do we learn from the way that life works? How do we learn from nature and apply it to our own human needs, whether that's meeting our need for shelter or for food or for clothing in a way that's with nature, not against nature. And it really places human designers at the center, giving us autonomy and saying that humans have this amazing capacity to create change in the world around us. So instead of using it for destruction, instead of destroying the living systems that we're part of, let's co-create with them. Let's create health and abundance and more life and more capacity in the systems that we engage with and that we're part of. And permaculture helps us do that. It invites us to think, how can we co-create our spaces to be healthy and flourishing? And it's not just land. So if you have a piece of land, yes, regenerate it with permaculture design processes, but it can also be smaller spaces. It can be a permaculture design for our life and our livelihoods. How do we create abundance and positive ripple effects in our lives? So it can be anywhere and for anything.
Climate justice is a term we refer to in terms of inequitable relationship and dynamics between the global majority, which is often composed of the global South nations, indigenous territories, and the global minority, which is often composed of the wealthy nations, at least economically, and often coming from the global North. And justice in the lens of climate is about making reparations and addressing that inequality. If you think of it, many indigenous peoples who are protectors and defenders of our forests, our watersheds, our rivers, our coasts, our waters, they don't emit so much carbon or other greenhouse gas emissions compared to wealthy nations, yet they are one of the most vulnerable. Why should people in the global minority or the global North think about climate justice? It's so far off from them. They don't have to live in these areas, you know, by the coast where the water is rising, or there are forest fires in the forests, or there's droughts in the farms of peasants, you know, in the front lines. Well, I think they should, because I believe, in fact, even if I go to the supermarkets here, you see most of the raw materials, you know, your ingredients from the global North come from the global South, most of it. if you think of your technology, you see a lot of that come from the global south. And so that relationship exists. We cannot deny that relationship exists. It's not saying that we have to continue that kind of extractive economic relationship as well. If these ecosystems collapse, it does affect everyone in the global north. And those countries that are dependent, highly dependent on many of the resources in the global south. But it's not just about that. It's also about solidarity and being aware of how your consumption is in relationship with everything. So these things are interrelated, and we can never separate ourselves from it.
If you are tuning in just now, we're live from the Lighthouse in Poole for Spring Prize 2025, and our guests at the Lighthouse are having dinner. So I thought I would share a little bit more what we've been doing this week. We have already seen the roots of Spring Prize. We heard from judges explaining key terms like biomimicry, climate justice, agroecology. And now I want to share a really special event that happened earlier today. So as you know, Poole is the home of Lush, which means we have our manufacturing sites for the UK here at Lush. And we also have something called the Green Hub. The Green Hub is our recycling center. It's like the heart of the circular economy at Lush, and where all the packaging that our customers return to the shop get processed, all our manufacturing waste gets processed, but it's also an event space. We enjoy bringing schools and visitors together, and the Green Hub hosted 6 of our Spring Prize recipients today to be in conversation with Lush so that our manufacturing teams could attend and also hear firsthand from these really amazing grassroots organizations like Land in Our Names that we saw receive an award earlier today. So our cameraman Andy and our editor Gavin worked some magic, worked all afternoon to get the morning highlights ready and edited for you to watch them now. So we're gonna watch back-to-back 2 of the panels that we hosted today. One was about diversity, belonging, when it comes to the environmental movement. How do we really connect racial justice, social justice with the climate and the environment movements? And the second is about supply chains. And we're going to learn both about a little bit about Lush supply chain, but also about cotton and the stingless bees that pollinate so many of the plants in the Amazon. So yeah, stay tuned, and I'll be back after these 2 highlights before we go back to our stage and resume the awards. Thank you for watching, and I'll catch you later.
Thank you for coming here so early. My name is Maria. I work in community donations back in Canada. When I explained it to my child, she said, "Mommy, are you Santa Claus?" And I said, "You're not exactly wrong. It's a really privileged, beautiful job to have." Okay, so let's talk about Spring Prize. Have a lot of applications that have been coming in, 2,600 since it has started, and 600 plus just this year alone. So we have managed to narrow it down to 19 prizes, and we had to bring some of them to you to hear from them directly. So we will be talking about how environmental justice and social justice go hand in hand, because you cannot address one and have a restoration happening until you address the injustices that are going on for communities whose spaces get excluded, knowledge gets ignored, whose narrative is uplifted. That is something we were very mindful as judges as well, whose narrative we're going to uplift, and who can serve as beacons of hope and transformation for other communities to use as a blueprint. So the movement gets stronger and continues to grow.
For Land in Our Names, I'm kind of curious. You have such a powerful video, and I want to know, at what point did you realize that this work was essential, and how did it come to be?
Lion was co-founded 6 years ago. It's a good question. I was really raised with quite embedded knowledge about post-colonial principles, struggles. And so there was a song that my dad loved, which was about a guy from Barbados being really pissed off with a landowner, a white landowner called Jack. And the song is about him trying to privatize the beach.
It's just called Jack by Mighty Gabby, and it says, "The beach is mine, I can bathe anytime. No matter what Jack says, I can do it anyway." So like being raised like that, when I found the language for land justice, it all just sort of fell into place. But the project started when me and the other co-founder were thinking more about land justice in Britain and how difficult it is to connect to food growing, even though our ancestry, our elders were raised with that knowledge. And there was a report called the Land for the Many report, which was published in 2019. And I just got enraged about a lot of the inequalities in that, and then was also able to connect with the land reparations movement in the States, which is a bit more advanced in thinking about the exploitation of land and of labour in the sort of plantation economies, which kind of has directed our food systems to produce cheap food all over the world. So those were the kind of the two things here of, the land justice movement in Britain, but bringing a racial justice element to it from the land reparations movement in the States.
Something I absolutely love about your organization is that beautiful addressing of intersectionality that's going on between queer, racial color. Ella, I'm also kind of curious, your video talked about the concept of a right relationship with country. Can you walk us through what that looks like in a day-to-day practice?
Yeah, I mean, I guess for us, first of all, like colonization happened it's pretty small in comparison to the fact that we're the longest living culture alive in Australia, and that's created a lot of impacts, obviously, with us being able to connect a country. One being that we're completely exiled from it because of economic inequality. But what it looks like for me personally, or the reclamation of that, is that in every moment under a capitalist regime, I make a decision whether I'm going to connect or consume. And when I am connecting, it requires me to have to be in relationship. When I'm in consumption, I am powering over or controlling, or also in this kind of more mindless state of just being led into, I guess, the ideals of Western capitalist societies, which for me is what is rotting our entire planet. So a big part of our program is giving people an embodied experience of returning, both our Indigenous communities who are also impacted by colonization, because while I sit here as an Indigenous woman, I also have ancestral ties to Scotland and England. I was also raised in an Indigenous mission with Indigenous education system, and was also raised in a Western system where I was raised with a lot of Western ideals too. I'm thankful for that because it made me realize which one I wanted to lean more into, and that's why this work was created.
I'm kind of curious, can you explain in your perspective, why can we not address and solve the environmental crisis unless we're also addressing social and racial issues?
I can try to take that one. But I think, well, maybe a bit going to your first question, I came to Lion through like a long history of working with like decolonizing environmentalism, having worked a lot in like white environmental spaces, which felt so like disembodied or segregated from what's actually happening, right? And it's like, oh, use plastic straws, and it's like, okay, but also the world is burning. And wanting to move away from that and wanting to move into a space of like decolonizing our ideas of environmentalism. And I mean, everything's about land, right? And I think now, of course, the two of us are wearing our keffiyehs. We're a year into the genocide on Gaza, and I think we're continuously, like when we're talking about Gaza, we're not talking about all the olive trees that are being burnt, or that like the occupation brought in pine trees, which are not natural to the environment, which also caused like a lot of environmental degradation and has been causing the fires that have been happening now. So whenever we're looking at these things and we're creating these unnatural segregations, it's fake, and it doesn't do justice to the land or the people or any of our struggles. And so I think that's what we've been trying to do with Lion, is to integrate all of those. And also specifically from a UK context, right? Like who has access to land, who has access to good air, who has access to green spaces. All of these things are also determined by class, by being black or brown.
For me, it's really hard to live under a capitalist system because it's intrinsically feels it's embedded in racism, right? The seed of colonization and capitalism is white supremacy. Like, we can't deny that. It's just moved from, like, for example, our lands where there is slavery, now they just utilize Asia in the trade systems and production lines that people use for their so-called brands. And I see this happening all around the world, and there's, new words made up. So, for example, colonization has just turned into tourism. There are these ways that we walk through the world of entitlement, especially if we're raised in Western ways of being, with this idea that fame and money are the pinnacles of success. And if we continue to tell our children that, we'll continue to see a world where the Amazon is burning and the rivers are poisoned. So for me, the biggest part of changing that is shifting the narrative and actually like looking at wealth as this greed, or what we call in my culture garbage. In my culture, you share, and that is part of it. You don't hoard wealth, you share because everything is given freely from Mother Nature. And I think we need to start demonizing the wealthy, actually, not putting them on pedestals and naming buildings after them just because they give back a small fraction of money to people who actually deserve to be on those lands.
I'm kind of curious, and this is where we can kind of flip the sort of dynamic. Do you have any questions for us in terms of what we do at Lush, or what we can be in service of?
What have you learned through the process of doing all of the different spring prizes? Like, what is the learning, and how is that going to transform what happens in 2027?
I think when it comes to Spring Prize, and I'll also just be speaking from my own experience, I can't speak on behalf of entirely Lush. I think it's a great mind shift for us to realize the work that we do. Every time I pop into shops to sell a bath bomb, do a soap, tell our stories, take a customer, sit them down and wash their face, to just even give them a pampering thing, I always think of the fact that all the work that we're doing here is slowly advancing regeneration in the world. We're regenerating people, we are protecting animals. It's these little micro habits that make a bigger picture. I think no matter where we are in the business, we're contributing to something that is greater than everything that we're doing individually. We are bigger than the sum of our parts, but we have to do it together. So through Spring Prize, we can get to know organizations that are doing the damn work, who are on the front lines. We can elevate their voices. We can ensure that you have the ability to not only connect with each other, but also the larger world as a whole. I think for us, we are in service of how can we elevate your organizations and your work. We're just lucky to be able to make the soap and sell it to our customers. And I think, honestly, it's a beautiful partnership that we have. And I think every iteration, we just have an opportunity to learn new organizations that are literally doing the damn thing, for lack of better words.
If you've been with Lush so much, you know so much about the causes. Like you have politicized yourself. You have a political education that you probably don't have if you're working retail. And part of that is because you get to experience firsthand, like we're doing now, like the voices directly from the grassroots organizations that are working with the issues. And I think that has been one of the most powerful things, because it also educates us. It changes how we look at our supply chain, changes how we look at manufacturing. And I think in the last few years, there's been a lot more working, not only educating ourselves, but then how do we take that into a buying policy? How do we take that into social auditing, about the farming that you were talking about? So I think it's making the business more ethically robust, because we have a better understanding of the issues that's beyond a tick boxing exercise for B Corp. It is capitalism, but we've added a lot of relationality in how we see humans, not, consumers.
I just think of a really fundamental part of Lion that we haven't talked about is the fact that we are trying to get land. Only 8% of the UK has right to roam, right? Which means that all other land is owned by private property or corporations. And that is kind of why we wanted to hype the merch as well, because all of our merch goes to our land pot. And to be very frank, we also just really appreciate any assistance with getting land, get in touch with people who have land, because we are trying to build, we are working on developing a big land strategy that will be for our community, and it's just not something that we have access to. It's taken us a long time to even get the plot of the garden that we have. And I think it's also just a fundamental part of what we're strategizing and focusing on right now. So I wanted to add that.
So if you know any massive landowners who you think maybe shouldn't be having all that land, and maybe they have bought their land with wealth from the colonies of some kind, then put them in touch with us and we'll have a chat.
I'm also just going to piggyback on that. That's what we need too. And I think there's like a commonality here because we come from countries that are quite wealthy. So actually retaining and getting our land back is really hard. It's really difficult. It's not like operating in other countries where they have, a much like lower amount costings for the lands. It's a huge issue, and I'm sure the US Native American people feel that too, and Canada as well. And we live in I was born and birthed on my ancestral lands, which just so happens to be also one of the most expensive places in Australia to buy land. So, 75% of the donations that I raise and the grant money goes back into the hands of white landholders.
Hearing what you folks need is also paramount, not just for us here, but also our Lush colleagues who are tuning into the business from our factories, our offices, our retail shops, hi dad, wherever you are in the business, wherever. And I hope you leave today's session feeling recharged and have that sort of spark of that idea of how can we work with environmental activism, social justice, racial equality, and what we do in our day-to-day lives as just people, let alone colleagues of Lush. But yeah, thank you so much for your time today, everyone. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I think something that was really interesting to learn was, I suppose, about the history of land. And in the UK, that's something that I'm not hugely familiar with, so it was really interesting to hear Lion and the organisation talk about their discussions and their experiences of that. And it was really interesting as well for them to talk about how what part of their organisation is looking for is to have access to spaces and to allow, I suppose, their organisation to grow through access to land. And I think it was really interesting that, I suppose, they're really open to having those conversations. And I think those are tough conversations to have, but it's amazing to have organisations that are so willing to push that movement forward and really focus on creating community organisations and strengthening those relationships and sharing that story with us as well.
So I just think the Lush Spring Prize is one of the, honestly, the best events I've ever been a part of. It's incredible to come here and build these relationships with people all over the globe that are doing similar work to us, and also to the people at Lush here in the UK, so that we can build hopefully a foundation of working together. It also doesn't just feel very transactional, it feels relational, and I appreciate that.
All right, so we will be talking today about a really cool topic of connection, which connects us all really, nature. Nature gives us everything we have, as we know, the air we breathe, the water we drink, the food, and of course our jobs, the ingredients. Everything that we make at Lush comes from nature, and we need to be mindful of how we treat nature back, have that mutual relationship of reciprocity, and question all of our relationships, how we buy things. We have a really amazing team working on that tirelessly, and you'll meet some of them today, and we'll get to kind of hear about it from the front lines as well. So only 5% of the world population is considered indigenous communities, yet they are caretakers of 80% of natural environments and protected environments. So they do tremendous work and are in service and need to be recognized. And today we get to hear from some of them about the amazing work that they do. We have Nundito from Mexico. Small-scale farmers who've saved native cotton in 5 natural colors. I bet you didn't know that. I didn't. You'll get to see the cotton as well. It's so beautiful. And we have Amazon Research International from Peru. They are uniting traditional knowledge with cutting-edge science to protect stingless bees and pioneering the world's first Rights of Nature declaration for pollinators, which is, if you ask me, that was definitely the theme that stuck out to us the most, is rights of nature coming forward as the standard that will help move rights of nature into the legal space and help us protect nature, even against folks who may not appreciate anything that we're saying today. Hosting the conversation is our own Maria Feast, who started right here washing the bath bomb molds. And so now Maria leads environmental strategy for a global supply chain. So who is better to host this conversation with our amazing friends?
So when I started here 30 years ago, I never imagined I'd be working with communities protecting stingless bees in Peru or heirloom cotton in Mexico. and now I see how everything connects. Most cotton farming uses massive amounts of chemicals and genetically modified seeds. Why do you choose to go back to traditional methods, and what difference does it make?
Regresamos a métodos tradicionales precisamente porque llegamos a entender
We went back to traditional methods because we began to understand
que en el mundo domina el algodón híbrido, que es un algodón transgénico.
because what dominates the world market is hybrid or GM cotton.
Y entonces nuestra semilla nativa
So our native seeds,
perdió presencia.
they lost presence.
Por eso es que fundamentalmente como una filosofía ancestral,
And that's why fundamentally as an ancestral philosophy,
nosotros conocemos cómo se cultiva el algodón nativo del lugar.
we then got to know how do we cultivate the local cotton from place.
Y entonces rescatamos la semilla nativa
And we will be able to rescue, to revitalize native seed,
y comenzamos a sembrarlo o cultivarlo como lo hacían los abuelos.
and we started planting and cultivating it just like our ancestors did.
En este momento tenemos un invernadero
At this time we have a greenhouse
donde las plantas que salieron del laboratorio libre de transgenes
where the plants that came out of the lab free from GM,
nos están produciendo semillas libres de transgenes.
now they're beginning to produce seeds that are completely free from GM contamination.
Y esa es una forma que nos está ayudando una investigadora
And this is a way that a researcher is helping us.
de volver a tener nuestras plantas 100% puras.
So we can actually have our plant back, our 100% pure plant back.
Entre 2024 y 2025
Between 2024 and 2025,
hemos cosechado 34,000 semillas de este tipo de plantas.
we were able to harvest 34,000 seeds of these traditional plants, the pure plants.
Porque es nuestra vida, es nuestra parte de lo que es
Because this is our life, it's part of who we are.
la vida de los pueblos originarios en Oaxaca, México.
The life of the original people from Oaxaca, Mexico.
Los colores naturales del algodón
The natural colors of cotton.
es algo hermoso como la vida misma.
It's as beautiful as life itself.
Y una de los colores más abundantes es esta que yo traigo ahorita.
And
La
one of the
prenda.
most abundant colors for the cotton is the one he's wearing today.
Esta prenda tiene 20 años, como ustedes pueden ver.
This is 20 years old, as you can see.
Entonces es algo extraordinario
So
para el mundo.
It's extraordinary for the world.
Y es hecho a mano todo el proceso 100% sin intervención tecnológica.
And the whole process is handmade with no technological interventions, all handmade.
And stingless bees are new to me. How are they different from honeybees? And why are they so crucial for the Amazon?
Las abejas meliponas son consideradas.
The Melipolina bees, the stingless bees, are considered.
Son consideradas sagradas para las comunidades, en este caso de Perú.
They are considered sacred to indigenous communities in Peru.
Para las comunidades indígenas, las abejas meliponas son consideradas llamadas neronto. Neronto.
For the communities, the indigenous communities of Peru, the stingless bees are called neruntu.
Para ellos, la miel que incluso producen también es considerada una miel milagrosa.
And for them, the honey that the bees produce is also considered a miraculous honey.
Y por ello las cuidan porque el 88% de todas las plantas que crecen alrededor
And the indigenous peoples look after the stingless bees because 88% of all the plants that grow around them
son polinizadas justamente por las meliponas.
they are pollinated by stingless bees.
And you're working towards legal rights of nature for these bees. That would be a world first. How could giving bees legal rights actually protect them?
Bien, los derechos justamente para las abejas meliponas.
Rights for stingless bees.
Estamos dando la primera declaratoria a nivel mundial.
We're doing the first declaration, the first world declaration.
para que estos pequeños seres vivos puedan,
these tiny living beings
puedan tener estos derechos de ser respetadas y reconocidas como los principales polinizadores de Perú y del mundo.
can also be recognized as being the main pollinators of not just Peru, but in the world.
Both of you are combining traditional knowledge and with modern science. How do those different ways of knowing strengthen each other?
Para nosotros,
For us,
combinar ciencia moderna con el conocimiento ancestral nos permite darle esa fortaleza en cuanto a los resultados de investigaciones.
so for us to mix scientific knowledge with ancestral wisdom allows us to get results in the research.
Y a la vez visibilizar a los pobladores de las comunidades
And to give visibility to the people from the communities.
que sean parte también de estas investigaciones.
And to give them a chance to also be part of research.
Que todo el mundo conozca los trabajos que realizan cada poblador como investigadores y que ellos también salgan a dar a conocer estos resultados.
And also, so we give a chance for the world to get to know what's coming from those people, right? As researchers.
We talk about fair trade and ethical sourcing, but what would truly supportive partnerships between companies like Lush and communities like yours actually look like?
El comercio justo lo entendemos muy poco nosotros.
We don't understand a lot about fair trade business.
Y le digo esto porque el capital no nos interesa mucho.
And I'll say because capital we're not very interested by capital.
Lo que más nos interesa
What we're really interested in
es conservar y ser valorado lo que tenemos.
is to conserve and to value what we have.
Porque como dijo mi compañera de Perú,
Because as my colleague from Peru said,
lo que tenemos nosotros las comunidades originarias de México
what we have in the first peoples of Mexico
es muy bueno porque tiene un valor para la vida.
has much higher value because it's a value for life.
Y entonces, de tantos problemas que tiene la economía mundial
So with all the problems that the global economy has,
y también de tantos problemas que tenemos nosotros al ser cultivadores,
and then all the problems that we have when we are farmers,
le tenemos que tener que invertir más trabajo
we have to invest even more money
en nuestras parcelas
on our plots
para producir, por ejemplo, un algodón ecológico.
so we can produce the ecological cotton, for example.
Pero estamos muy contentos con lo que hacemos.
But we're really happy with what we do.
Así es que si a Lush
So if Lush
les tengan la posibilidad de tener nuestro algodón algún día,
So if Lush would have the possibility to have our cotton one day,
sería buenísimo
it would be great
porque Lush
because Lush
es muy generoso con todos nosotros ahora que estamos aquí.
is generous with all of us who are here today.
Y muchas gracias a Lush.
And I'd like to thank Lush
Por eso estoy aquí ahora en Londres.
because I'm here in London, in the UK.
Eso es muy grato para mí y se lo voy a transmitir a todos mis compañeros que somos 25 productores de Ñu Undito.
I'm very grateful, and I'm going to pass this on to all the 25 farmers that are part of our network, part of Nyundito.
Muchas gracias.
Very many thanks.
Yeah, I think it's beautiful to see Indigenous people doing what they've been doing since time immemorial, which is standing up and protecting not only the planet but their kinship systems and ensuring that their people are being prosperous, not in an economic system, but in a rich way of being connected to the earth. It's beautiful that they can bring these stories to Lush, and hopefully they can touch the hearts and souls of people who have been disconnected from country through their own systems for so long. And that's the hope, I think, of all Indigenous people, is that we all return back to this way of being and thinking outside of the economic system which controls us.
Spring Prize feels super relevant in a world that is so shaped by war, by genocides, by destruction, by extraction from the earth, and hearing from people, from leaders, innovators from all around the world, how they actually try to regenerate in their day-to-day practice. And I think we can draw a lot of inspiration for our day-to-day life, that it starts in like the little actions, and that we as Lush employees can also contribute to regenerating our earth, whether it's in our personal life or as Lush employees. And I think that helps me keep on giving back as well.
Hello, everybody. Please take your seats, pop your headsets on. We're about to begin.
Hello, everyone, and we're back from our dinner break. I actually had a little bit of time to eat. I hope you really enjoyed the two panels that we had this morning at the Green Hub. It was really beautiful to learn more about the organic colored cotton. And I actually discovered something that I didn't even think it was possible. So they had all of their seeds contaminated with GM, and they had to work with the university to actually rescue their ancestral seeds back. I don't know if you noticed that. It was pretty amazing. And now we are about to do the last, well, 2 more awards. We're gonna start straight with established awards, influence awards, and then we're gonna have dessert, and we have the 2 last awards of the night, which are the Indigenous Knowledge and Wisdom Award and the Permaculture Magazine Award. And I'll tell you a little bit about the established award. So I was actually one of the shortlisters for the established category. And we read many applications. There were about 150 applications in the established awards this time. And that is quite a good visibility in what's happening with the regenerative movements, the agroecology movements, the permaculture movements. It was super difficult to make a decision. We all, every application is read by at least 3 people, and then we come together in our little pods, and we have to, using a sociocratic decision making, we need to come to a consent as to what our short list of 15 organizations are. So out of 40, we got to 15 shortlist organizations. And then we elected one person from our pod to represent this into another circle. And then that circle had to read all the applications that were shortlisted and then select the last 50 applications to go into the judges. So yeah, lots of work behind the scenes, lots of reading, and then, and then a lot of discussion. And as I said, this is all part of the learning. So when you're learning, you're finding out not just about the project, but we always ask, what is regeneration? And everyone gives a slightly different answer. So just by reading those answers, you begin to have a feel for what regeneration is, for example. And then when it's an exciting time like this, it's so cool to see, oh my God, the group that I shortlisted has received an award, and you're kind of rooting for your group that received an award. So yeah, we're about to have 2 people walking on stage in order to get the established award. And I am also a judge. So not only was I a shortlister this year, I was also a judge. And as a judge, I was a judge of the Indigenous and Ancestral Wisdom category. We also have Indigenous representatives that have been recipients of previous years that are now judges in the category. And that was a lot of fun because we had people from Brazil speaking Portuguese, an Indigenous elder from Peru. We had people from Africa, the Philippines, everyone from all over the world trying to make this really tough decision. And it's actually a really tough decision. So what happens every year is we should only choose 2 organizations, and we always end up choosing 3 or more. So what happened is that when we started Spring Prize, we only had, I think, 10 prize recipients. And now we have 19. And that's why it's this long ceremony tonight, which I hope we are about to start. So I'll keep talking because we're not ready to start. So yeah, so I also heard that the chat has been super active, and I'm here with some colleagues from Brazil as well. I'm from Brazil, and we saw in the chat that someone said that next time we should do it in Brazil. So watch the space. Who knows, next time we do this award in Brazil. Now back to stage.
Muchas felicidades, logro. Bueno, mi nombre es Silvana Nigo, expresidenta de la organización Guaraní de Pastaza. Hace un año atrás ganamos premio Lush Spring por defensa de nuestro territorio, por defensa del derecho colectivo de nuestra nacionalidad. Esperemos que ustedes hayan alcanzado ese logro importante como nosotros, y queremos que sigan fortaleciendo con sus organizaciones, con sus bases y con sus hermanos.
Hongereni sana. Congratulations, awardees.
En buena hora a los ganadores de este año.
Kia kahai hoama. Huge congratulations to this year's winners of the Lush Spring Prize.
Meus parabéns aos premiados deste ano.
Salamat olho. Arabay naman na yanareu nazuluka.
We are one of the very first Lush Spring Prize awardees in the year 2017 from Tanzania in East Africa. We are very happy to congratulate you all today. And for us, since we won the award in the established category, we've been able to grow to become the biggest or largest network in Tanzania. We've also been able to grow our farmer training center to be the center of excellence for agroecology in the country.
Desde entonces, nuestros agricultores y agricultoras han adaptado prácticas agroecológicas y han rescatado semillas nativas como el amaranto para una calidad de vida.
Et depuis, notre communauté a pu transformer des terres nues en food forest vivantes grâce à l'agroforesterie régénérative. Le Lush Spring Prize a agi comme des champignons mycorhiziens ajoutés aux racines de notre jeune projet. Il nous a apporté des ressources pour mieux grandir, et surtout, il nous a permis de développer des mycéliums pour se connecter à d'autres projets e a des personnes inspirantes.
Nós fomos premiados no Lush Spring Prize de 2018, na categoria de projetos intencionais. E desde então, passamos por mudanças avalaçadoras na nossa comunidade, em nossa vida profissional e também pessoal.
We were lucky to receive the Intentional Lush Spring Prize in 2021, and since then we have gone on to develop regional. Sorry, the dogs come to say congratulations as well. Hey, Mama. We've gone on to run youth development programs all across regional Victoria to strengthen the relationship and localise foods with Indigenous communities, regional communities, and build youth leadership from diverse and multicultural marginalised experiences.
We congratulate you all because we believe that the movement, the network is growing, and we can all continue to do a wonderful, wonderful work for a more fair, free, safe world for everybody.
Merci. Mano, feito samba, tchau, olho.
Tenham todos e todas uma ótima noite. Obrigado.
Que pasen una maravillosa noche.
Gracias.
Gracias.
Ah, mãe.
how amazing is it to see the true results of what the Spring Prize can do for communities? So by the sounds of it, dinner was great. I do have to say that the pesto was the star of the show this evening. Tonight, we have shared a nourishing vegan meal, reminded by the values of Lush Spring Prize and what we celebrate here: regeneration, compassion, and harmony with the earth. Just like this food, grown and prepared with care, the prize honors those cultivating a future rooted in sustainability and respect for life. To present the awards for both the established category and the Influence Award, I'd like to introduce Lisa Wong, a Spring Prize shortlister and from Lush's training team, and Gama, a judge for the Spring Prize Award and the Indigenous Knowledge and Wisdom Award, who is also a part of Biomimicry South Africa. Welcome.
It is an absolute honour to be here tonight. Myself and my fellow peers helped to shortlist the established category awards last year in autumn. And we had 150 applications. That's a lot. So it is such a privilege to be able to hand out these beautiful Regenerative Cork Awards to the two awardees. The Established Category Award celebrates and champions those groups and organisations that does the deep, patient work of regeneration for over 5 years and more. And they are showcasing and proving that their approaches work and leading by example and inspiring others to do so, much like the mature tree in that story that Ro and Steve shared before. So Gama, could you do us the honours and share the epic list with everyone?
With pleasure. The nominees who were shortlisted are
And this year's established category award first goes to Buzuruna Juzuruna Association.
Hello, we are Buzuruna Juzuruna. In Arabic, it means our seeds are our roots. We are a local Lebanese non-profit organization, and we work with agroecology and peasant seeds production, saving, and transmission. We rebuild ecosystems and make sure that everything regarding food production is integrated to that system. So instead of spoiling the soil and destroying through pesticides and chemicals, we rebuild the soil, rebuild the ecosystem around it, and in that sense have an actual cooperation between man and nature. Success would mean access to food for everyone, access to water for everyone, and access to land for everyone. Regenerated land, forests everywhere possible, and clean water everywhere possible. The greatest change would be the decommodification of food and its production, transforming food and getting it back to what it is in reality, which is a right for everyone. Agroecology is a model that works, and peasant seeds are actually a real, a logical, a rational option into fighting climate change and actually getting to a better world. Another piece of wisdom is probably that nothing can be done alone. So it's all about cooperation, collaboration, working together, and diversifying, and being able to live with as much diversity as possible, and thus as much robustness as possible.
The next established category award goes to, congratulations to Global Eco Village Network.
The Global Eco-Village Network, or GEN, is the largest worldwide organization of eco-villages, connected to 6,000 plus communities in 114 countries. 2025 marks our 30th anniversary. Our nonprofit spans 6 regions: Europe, North America, Latin America, Africa, and Asia-Oceania, with a youth branch, Next Gen. We bridge governments, policymakers, NGOs, academics, and community networks to strategize a global transition to resilient communities and cultures. Regeneration is the most important social movement of our time. To actively restore and sustain life in all its forms, we must start at the local scale. GEN catalyzes communities designed with the 4 dimensions of sustainability: ecological, economic, social, and cultural. From education and capacity building to research and prototyping, we share the village model as a poly-solution to a poly-crisis. We envision living laboratories where people in rural, urban, indigenous, traditional, and intentional settings come together to reimagine and redesign the way that we live. In eco-villages, we can practice the ideals of the society that we want to bring into existence. GEN creates examples that sustainable lifestyles are not only possible, but also deeply fulfilling. Our task as a species is to regenerate the planet. There's no way around it. But the only way to do that is together.
I think you have to take both of them. And now, for something unique about the Spring Prize, the Influence Award. Every single one of the 58 shortlisted applications was automatically eligible to be considered for this special category. Because influence isn't about age or size, it's about impact and potential to create ripple effects of change. Special thanks to the Agroecology Fund for supporting 2 Influence in Agroecology Awards within this category, recognizing that food systems transformation is at the heart of regeneration. And the awardees are Wanakana Kamatawara Kana from Peru.
Fundado en 2001, Huayna Kamatawara Kana se embarcó en un largo viaje de acciones, protestas y movilizaciones colectivas que perseguían la justicia medioambiental, pues la salud del río Marañón se vio mermada por las industrias extractivas. En septiembre de 2021, Huayna presentó una demanda constitucional para que Perú reconociera de forma urgente al río Marañón como un ser vivo con derechos. En marzo de 2024, la Corte Provincial de Nauta declaró que el río Marañón cuenta con derechos intrínsecos, entre los que se incluyen el derecho a fluir, el de no tener contaminación y el de ser restaurado para recobrar la salud medioambiental. Esta decisión también reconoció a las comunidades indígenas como las representantes legales, defensoras y guardianas del río.
Para cumplir las actividades que venimos realizando en el proceso de la reforestación, que es la siembra de diferentes especies de plantas. Es un trabajo en familia, en comunidad, para tener un ambiente limpio y saludable. Para más adelante tener una vida digna es para el futuro de la familia y la comunidad. También va a servir para limpiar el medio ambiente y para respetar el mundo. Para nosotros el éxito consiste siempre en el respetar la naturaleza,
comentó Mariluz. Hay plantas medicinales y maderables. Toda planta tiene espíritu. El éxito es cuidarlo y protegerlo.
Wow.
Glasbren, the Welsh language word for sapling, was founded in 2019 to offer accessible pathways into permaculture skills, nutrient-dense local food, and to explore the role community-scale farms could play in ecological, social, and cultural regeneration. In 2023, we were selected as the new long-term custodians of 134 acres of National Trust land with a mandate to work for nature, people, and planet. At Glasbren, we take a whole systems approach to regeneration. Ecological regeneration, yes, but also social and cultural regeneration. We do this by bringing people together to grow and eat food and steward land in a number of ways, honouring the spirit, heritage, language and history of this place. Success in our context looks like an abundant, secure and affordable source of food for our community, the accelerated regeneration of wild and cultivated spaces, but also that our community and supporters can find that sense of safety, belonging and relationship to place here, year on year forging the threads of connection that our resilience is based on. I'd like to see the land in the hands of those who hold themselves to a long-term, multi-generational vision of regeneration and better access to land, healthy agroecological food and regenerative nature skills for all those people currently excluded from these things. If I was to share one piece of advice, it would be to find a way to be of service. In these dark and uncertain times, I derive active hopefulness, joy and motivation from waking to a positive regenerative purpose each day, being in service to a piece of land, and in offering accessible pathways to that for the whole community. This is the true joy of life, wrote George Bernard Shaw, being used for a purpose recognised by yourself to be a mighty one.
And the third awardee in this category is Amazon Research International.
We are Amazon Research Internacional, a Peru-based organization that unites traditional knowledge with modern science to regenerate the Amazon rainforest. We work with indigenous communities to protect biodiversity, restore ecosystems, and elevate cultural heritage. We regenerate Amazonian ecosystems by protecting stingless bees, key pollinators, while replanting native flora. Through community-led beekeeping, research, and policy advocacy, we foster ecological recovery, cultural preservation, and sustainable livelihoods. Nature and culture are deeply intertwined. By honoring ancestral wisdom and applying modern science, we can regenerate ecosystems and ensure that both people and the planet flourish together. Regeneration means restoring lives in harmony with nature, healing ecosystems while respecting and revitalizing cultural wisdom. It's about ensuring that nature, knowledge, and communities not only survive but thrive together. Success is vibrant forests teeming with biodiversity, protected by empowered indigenous leaders. It's a world where wild and native bees thrive, traditional knowledge is honored, and communities enjoy sustainable prosperity. We want to see nature's intrinsic rights recognized globally, like the Amazonian stingless bees, so ecosystems are protected not as resources, but as essential beings for a balanced planet.
Got a chair over there for you. Okay. So whilst we have our 5 organisations on stage, we're going to invite them to do a bit of sharing and share their insights with us. Thank you so much for doing this, everyone. So we have 5 organisations that show very different approaches to regeneration, from sea sovereignty in Lebanon to eco-villages around the world. We have bee and river rights in Peru, and we've got our community farms in Wales as well. So we're going to ask a couple of questions and get you all to share. Yeah. So the first question is, we are living through what feels like impossible times with climate breakdown and rising authoritarianism and deepening inequality, and it can feel very easy to be overwhelmed. What you're all doing, though, is creating possible alternatives. So how do you stay focused on what is actually possible rather than being overwhelmed by what's wrong? And how do you stay grounded in hope? I'm going to pose the first question to Glassborough because you talked about it this morning's talk. Is it on?
It's on?
Yeah.
Can I just start by acknowledging the hugeness of this moment for us as a project and express our thanks to Lush. And also I'm here as a spokesperson, but I want to acknowledge everybody who supported Glassbrenn and who's brought Glassbrenn to where it is today, to be able to be amongst these incredible other projects, particularly our directors, our team on the farm, our incredible community of volunteers and supporters. And can I just acknowledge Louisa, who was up here on the stage with me, who whilst I was doing a lot of this was raising our son, and I think that's the unsung, unmentioned work that goes on. To your question about hope, I would say for me, yes, I find hope in the power of community-facing small farms for bringing people into relationship with their food and with the land and nature again, and finding kind of pathways back to a sense of reciprocal relationship with the land and the people that grow their food, and in coming together in these meaningful ways around the seasons and on the land, and finding accessible pathways for people to do that, and finding accessible pathways to healthy and nutrient-dense food, as I mentioned in the video. So I think it is our community that gathers around the farm that gives me hope, and I think that's what we've got to be working at, and we've got to be working at these joyful, safe, regenerative spaces for health and vitality, no matter what the bigger story ends up like, even if we can't influence the bigger story. I think it gives me hope to be involved in a community of purpose around that.
Thank you. And this is a localized approach, but what about with Global Eco Villages Network? Oh, sorry, that, yeah.
Thank you. So I think it's a good place to be grounded in gratitude for all of us. So just feeling very full in my heart to be here, grounded in the now, and that's what's really making us hopeful at the Global Eco Village Network, as we are a network, and also appreciating the network that Lush has created and the hope that Lush is funding to keep us all grounded in this reality that a more beautiful world is possible. And I think to stay grounded is to know that there's the earth that's holding us together, and there are all the elements that are protecting us, and that we are connected to something much larger than ourselves, which we really don't know. So for hope for us at the Global Eco Village Network is an embodied feeling, a feeling that our communities are our immunity, and as long as we are serving and stewarding regeneration with our communities as one earth, one family, and one future, that seems like the future is already here, because that's what we are doing here.
Thank you. And Hayakana, could you do also a sharing with us as well? Hayakana, yeah.
Buenas noches a todos y todas. Quiero agradecer a Lush por considerar a mi organización y a todas las comunidades de mi pueblo, de mi territorio. Estoy realmente orgullosa de poder representar a mi organización. El beneficio va a ser para ellos y ellas, las que hemos venido trabajando desde hace más de 30 años, y pues agradezco bastante, y a todos los organizadores que han podido estar y hacernos llegar aquí en este lugar. Quiero responder la pregunta, ¿por qué nosotras, a pesar que vivimos en una dictadura, en una desigualdad, en una vulneración, nosotras las mujeres cucamas seguimos luchando, resistiendo, porque queremos hacer ejemplo para nuestros hijos, para nuestra generación, para que nuestra naturaleza nos siga dando vida? Sembrar plantas es sembrar vidas, porque las plantas, los árboles, es que nos limpian el aire para respirar. Nosotras hemos presentado casos legales para defender nuestro río Marañón y sus afluentes, porque el agua es muy fundamental tanto para la humanidad y tanto para todos los seres vivos. Y para nosotros, nuestras plantas, todos los seres tienen espíritu de gente, por lo tanto tenemos que respetar a la naturaleza, a nuestra madre tierra. Muchísimas gracias.
You talked about a future for our children, so this leads on to a really great question for the next one for our other two groups. A recurring theme of Spring Prize is looking to the past to look to the future. So how are you blending ancestral wisdom with present-day contemporary ideas?
So first of all, thank you so much for having us to the Lush Spring Prize, and I am also very grateful to be here representing Amazon Research International and all of our incredible partners. I have indigenous roots from both the Andes and the Amazon, and I was also Western trained in science with a PhD in chemical biology. And so the way we look into the future and how we think about regeneration is two specific ways. One is through co-creation with indigenous partners. So we are training the next generation of indigenous scientists. So instead of being subjects of study, we can empower our next generation of indigenous people to be the authors of study. And a key example on how we've done that is we have a scientific article on stingless bee, a key species that we study, written and co-designed with an Ashaninka indigenous member, Richard Demetrio, who is the first author, and we are submitting that to the Ministry of Culture as well. A second way on how we are uniting modern science to elevate traditional wisdom, it's through rights of nature. So we do also see that nature, it's inherently alive, and yet our systems are not aligned with that thinking of our ancestors and our cosmovision. And so we are working on creating the first World Declaration for Rights of Nature of stingless bees in the Peruvian Amazon with our Ashaninka as well as Kukama partners. And we hope that this serves as an example to regenerate and to build a better future.
Thank you. Who's your leader?
It's on? Yeah. It's on. Thank you. Thank you to Lush and the Lush team, each and every one of you. I've seen you've done such amazing work, and I'm betting you're very tired, but please a shout out to everyone who has organized this, because it's a huge work. Another shout out. I'm sorry, I will answer the question, but I need to express stuff. A shout out to the whole team back in Lebanon, especially Fa'iqa, who could not make it because she did not get a visa. And for everyone else in the team, we're 20 adults and 35 children. I will not name everyone, it will take us all night. But please also, if you can give them an applause. Thank you. Thank you. One last thing, and then I will try to answer. Stop the genocide and the occupation, free Palestine. It's important. To answer the question, I promise I will now. What we do is mostly try to spend as much time as possible with those who bear the knowledge. So it's mostly the older generations, and there is a big gap in generation knowledge, especially the ancestral earth knowledge. So this is what we were trying to do for the past 8 years, was find the people with the knowledge and learn as much as possible from them. And there's also another practice we do, which is also very good for us, is we keep the children with the older generations. That way we, that way we can work in the garden and without the children, and at the same time they learn and they continue this process. So it's all about transmission. It's all about taking the time also to be with those who have the knowledge and respecting it and being able to absorb it and to transmit it after.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And last but not least, again, can we give a round of applause for all these 5 organizations? Because what they do is organization to the max. So rather than just focus on individual action, you all rally and organize collective action. So I'd like to pose a question for everyone watching the stream as well, is what suggestions do you have for us to be able to start organizing, to manifest for regenerative futures together and collaborate? I pose this to Glasgow and to Global Eco Village Network, yeah?
Hello. Sorry, I never quite know if it's on. I would say, first of all, maybe understand the barriers there are to collective participation in regeneration. I think just understanding what are the barriers getting in the way of everybody becoming a part of regenerating health and vitality of people, of land, of communities, and work really hard to try to remove those so that we can all have regeneration together. And not wanting to repeat anything that's already been, so many amazing things have already been said, I would say to anyone watching this or getting involved is to say embrace food as this, because food is our context, I suppose, embrace food as this exciting, adventurous pathway into a regenerative life. We need it to stop being seen as a commodity and seeing as this incredible access point to a deep and reciprocal relationship with the land, an appreciation and a respect of farmers and farmers' livelihoods, and farms that provide a fair and equitable access to that food. And the instinct, I suppose, in all of us to protect the land and protect the earth. I would say embrace the potential in food and farms to lead you to a regenerative life.
Thank you. And to Global Eco Village.
So at the Global Eco Village Network, when we think about the organizing principle or ourselves as an organization, we just consider ourselves as a field of consciousness that must connect with other fields in the network. And our key organizing principle, which we want to share with everybody on this planet Earth, is that learn from nature. And biomimicry is at the heart of the work we do with our communities. And we're wishing to really look into the future and see what is the research that is needed to learn from nature and how does nature organize itself. So it's an ongoing effort, and we welcome people to join this movement. We will be setting up a research center to take this organization principle forward, that how do we move from an individual consciousness to an organizational and then to a network which is universal, all connected through the interwoven principle of life. And another principle that we look deeply at is this principle that everything has resonance. And how can we as human beings, we do have the gift as humanity as to think and to discriminate and to strategize a lot. But a principle that is needed, I think, in the future for the field of regenerative consciousness is how can we become more resilient to dance with emergence. And a lot of our communities and a lot of our governance is now slowly becoming distributed and self-organizing, and it's following the principle of wholeness and evolution. And what does the future want us to do? And what is the past guiding us to do? And we are just here in this moment in time, balancing this organization. And finally, to leave you all with maybe imagination, because that's what moves us humans forward, is how can we all be like starlings, right? How can we have this murmuration, this unknown feel that we feel in our heart, that we can fly together in a formation that creates wholeness for everybody. So, and in a starling organizing principle, each starling only is connected to 7 other starlings. And so all of us here right now are organized in these circles, right? We are each a murmuration, but to also listen very deeply to the other resonances and murmurations. And before I take too much time, yesterday we were on a forest walk, and we went to share space with the trees and especially with the bats. And I noticed it was very, very new for me that we had these meters to detect bat frequency, right? But I believe that as humans, we have an internal meter. That's the inner space of regeneration. There's a seed in us to know that there's a frequency for wholeness. And once we are able to find silence and find our own journey to that wholeness, then we will be able to create that space of regenerative futures, which we all are doing here right now. I think we've all reached that frequency where, I don't know what we are flying at, 55 maybe, according to that meter. So just inspiring all the Lush community here to just keep resonating at this frequency of giving and gifting, and yes, and creating a field of great sharing and relationality.
Thank you so much. A collective together. Thank you for your sharings and insights and showing us that regeneration is possible, and ultimately that hope is something that we practice together. And just from my culture to your culture, I want to give you a bow of honor. So thank you so much. A round of applause one more time for them.
What a night it has been so far. We've just watched the award, the Established Award and the Influence Award, and this really lovely panel with 5 organizations. And now everyone is going to get a dessert break. I'm not. I'm going to stay here with you. And while everyone is having a dessert break, I thought I would talk to you a little bit about Lush's journey with regeneration. Because Spring Prize is what we're seeing now, but actually we're also practicing actively regenerative agriculture, agroecology, and regenerative practices with our supply chain. So we began, just going to wait here a bit for the applause. We began in about 2009 when we started the first projects and the first sources of raw materials, of regenerative raw materials in our supply chain. We started in Ghana with the Ghana Permaculture Institute and moringa oil. It was super beautiful. And we evolved our thinking and we got more connected, and we developed a really amazing product. I have it here with me. It's the cork pot. So in our aim to try and produce products and raw materials and packaging that were actually giving back to nature, that if we were growing these materials, we were getting more soil, more forests, more biodiversity. So we started teaming up with conservation organizations, with people doing ecosystem restoration, and that's the case of Portugal. We got some amazing partners in Portugal that their main function is to do ecosystem restoration, and the packaging is, let's say, a side quest for them, or a byproduct of the restoration, and not the other way around. So you can go deeply into this project and get to know the land and what it actually means when we're doing regeneration in the supply chain. We're going to watch a film, a really beautiful short film that we recently made when we visited Tobias and the folks in Portugal producing our cork pot. So let's watch this film, and I'll be back with an interview after that. Thank you.
Gosto de conhecer cortiça, gosto de saber muito sobre a cortiça. Acho que é uma árvore muito importante. Também ajuda a refrescar o oxigênio, purificar um pouco, a refrescar a paisagem. E tem uma paisagem bonita, gosto muito da paisagem dos sobreiros.
The cork tree is a keystone species in the southwest Portugal, and it really keeps the whole landscape alive. It gained more popularity from the 1600s. Portugal became a big exporter of cork, mainly for cork stoppers. It gave a lot of income for the local people. A lot of families were relying on the cork. It really created a culture around this tree, which still remains today. That's what we're trying to keep alive for the future generations. The main mission of Cork Connection is to develop a sustainable forest management and forest regeneration model in which we work together with local people, local landowners. We work from the seeds to taking care of the trees, harvesting the resources, creating products, in which then the sales of these products help us to grow trees again. So we're closing the whole cycle, and every part of the cycle is benefiting. The cork pot for Lush was a big game changer. We're really proud that we managed to get something from our ecosystems, our forests, and get it out to the world. People can use it and feel good about it, and they're also contributing for this beautiful ecosystems to go on in the future. The biggest part of the money from the sales from the cork pot come back into the land.
Já tiro cortiça há muitos anos. Comecei com 17 anos a tirar e tenho 52. Vão tirar menos do que tirar mais. Se tirares menos, ela consegue ter melhor cortiça. Se tirares muito, ela vai sempre ficando mais magra, mais fininha e nunca tem um desenvolvimento tão grande. Tiramos só o que é bom. O que é ruim não vale a pena. E depois também há outro problema, que é isto, o machado. E não todos batem com a mesma força, e depende do cuidado que se tenha, sabe? Porque isto corta muito bem. E é muito fácil, a casca é muito terrinha, essa casca. E tu sabes, é só tocar, fura logo.
It's really thin material and it gets really sharp.
So the life cycle of a cork tree starts with the acorn, The acorn would grow into a young tree, then the tree will start growing, and then it will take about 25 years for the tree to grow in a medium size. Then it can be harvested the first time, and then it can be harvested every 9 to 10 years.
Ele vai conseguir crescer muito mais rápido com esta pequena poda. É como tivéssemos aqui animais selvagens que estivessem sempre a comerem os ramos em baixo. Nesta árvore vou acabar por tirar todos os ramos mais grossos para lhe mandar mais, que ele possa ficar com mais energia no crescimento.
We're losing a lot of trees due to unsustainable cork harvest. People are going with big bulldozers in the forest. They're flattening all the other trees, shrubs, plants, animals. They plow up the soil, cutting roots, destroying the topsoil. To the season, we have wire, drop, then we have floods with wash away soil. We need to strengthen the ecosystem more to be able to cope with changing patterns. Climate change combined with unsustainable forest practices is resulting in devastating effects. When we approach a landscape which is in lack of biodiversity, one of the techniques we use is that we prepare a seed mix of the missing species, and we will identify succession stages of the land and where the seeds would find the best ground, and then we will implement the seeds on those areas where they have the highest potential.
Então, uma das grandes maneiras de preservar a natureza é trabalhar com a natureza. E então, o foco da semente acho que é importantíssimo, porque até os viveiros nacionais e internacionais, todos os viveiros têm sementes. Quanto menos processos tivermos no meio e mais diretos formos, melhor. Então, se saltarmos o processo do viveiro e aplicarmos a semente direta, como ela na natureza é uma maneira que achamos bastante eficaz e natural de se recriar uma regeneração e tentarmos melhorar o ecossistema. Um dos fatores que nos leva também a trabalharmos com sementes é a ausência de água que hoje em dia atravessamos e os períodos de seca. Basicamente, acreditamos que a semente está muito mais bem preparada para esses fatores naturais do que uma muda ou do que uma planta que venha de um viveiro, que está habituada a ter uma água com uma certa periodicidade.
Here we are monitoring the different results so we can replicate and scale what we see here, what is working, what's not working, and then we replicate that into the landscape on a bigger scale. We will need to teach our children also how to take care of this forest. We used to say that if I plant a cork tree, my grandchild will harvest the cork. So we need generations to keep these forests alive.
We're gonna go live. We're live. I'm here with Tendershoots. How was winning the award?
So I got the international award from the Myanmar, the first participant from Myanmar. So I'm really happy.
Yeah, can you show your award to the camera?
Yeah.
So this award we also made from regenerative cork from the same project that you have just watched the video. So super cool. Thank you so much and congratulations.
Yeah, thank you so much for your honor also. Thank you.
Great,
Yeah.
thank you. And I have an interview with, she's now the Global Sustainability Commerce Lead, Caddy Pink, but she worked in our supply chain for a long time and helped develop a lot of the regenerative projects in our supply chain. So Caddy, come with me. Hi. So good to be here together. Caddy, I have a simple question. What has been your favorite project that we've done in our supply chain so far? Because you've been involved in so many.
That's so hard. How do I choose? I think for me, I'm really passionate about tackling deforestation. I think that's my number one passion, I think. So for me, I think it's probably the Guy Luez Permaculture Centre. So I was so lucky to be invited to Sumatra to see the impact of palm plantations on the rainforest, and then being able to witness what a luscious rainforest really looks like. And then we were able to set up a permaculture demonstration site and work with the farmers around right on the edge of the Loisa ecosystem to restore the forest that had been taken out, and also then to put the right solutions in place for the future using permaculture and agroecology. So, and that's actually where we get our patchouli oil from now. So it's really nice to actually see then it continuing from there. Yeah.
And I think we use it in the Karma shower gel, Good Karma shower gel, and a few other products, right? Do you know more products that you can name?
Oh, it was in Lord of Mistral, I think. I think it's in the patchouli, bubble bar, fluffy.
Ooh, we're live and we can't remember the Lush product names. And you mentioned that one of your passions is to stop deforestation. What are the ways that we're trying to do that at Lush through raw materials?
I think still on this constant battle of trying to remove palm from our supply chain, I think it's really nice that we've been able to actually introduce a lot of different new materials over introducing the SCS into the supply chain. So constantly trying to introduce alternative to palm ingredients is number one, I would say. And the other is really to create solutions in biodiversity hotspots around agroforestry and alternative ways of actually growing foods, growing crops that are actually kind to forest and can actually work in harmony with forests rather than having to extract them. So I think that's probably the most important one. The other actually is we've been using a lot of non-timber forest-based products like tonka, like Brazil nuts. So we're trying to use more and more of them to be able to actually take ingredients from forests that are standing and actually give them a better chance of standing by getting people getting an income from it. Yeah.
That's amazing. And I think there is also the benefit to communities, right? Because forests are not empty. I think there is this view, especially in conservation, that we need to protect forests and no one lives in the forest. So it's all about protecting nature and the trees. What about communities?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the beautiful thing about being able to use things like non-timber forest-based products is actually that we can work with communities and understand what their needs are, because it's not also income, right? It's a lot of communities have different needs, and so it's of course as well for us to go in open-minded and listen to people and what their needs are. Success in one community looks completely different to another community. So yeah, always putting livelihoods at the heart of restoration.
Yeah, that is super important. I think the whole thing about regeneration is creating regenerative economies, and to create regenerative economies, we need to put people. We know forest peoples are the guardians of the forest. Indigenous peoples are protecting biodiversity, and to have ways that our economy is actually helping to protect that is quite unique and rare, right? Most of our economy is just destroying nature. And I think we're being watched live on Spring Prize and channel and on the YouTube channel. So I just wanted to know, I think, what is a message that we can give people around their consumption in connection to avoiding deforestation? putting you on the spot.
Yeah, you really are. Message to consumers.
Yeah.
Ask where your food comes from. Ask where your cosmetics comes from. I think being inquisitive and care, I guess, of what you're consuming, because money has a big impact. It can go in a positive way and also a really negative way. So it's so important how we spend our money, the way we consume. It has just such an impact. So, yeah, I would say.
Thank you so much. And speaking of how we spend money, actually, the bag charge is funded. The bag charge, Spring Prize, is funded through the sales of our carrier bag charge in many countries around the world. In the UK, in Scotland, in Wales, France, Austria, Germany, Netherlands, Japan, Australia, New Zealand. I hope I haven't forgotten anyone. France, and many other markets. We either because we have to, it's a volunteering program, or we are legally obliged to charge for paper bags. We have paper bags in our stores. And many brands will use that to offset the cost of the paper bags. But here at Lush, we collect all of that money from around the world, and this is what funds Spring Prize. So the prize money that goes into all of these beautiful organizations, grassroots organizations that we saw today, is our collective money. Is from people and customers coming to our store, the ones that forget their bag. We actually don't want to sell more bags, we want to sell fewer bags, but we thought we would do something really nice with the money. And Spring Prize is one of the things that we do with the money. The second thing, so at Lush we have two prize programs. One is Spring Prize. Now this is a Spring Prize year. And we also have Lush Prize. And Lush Prize is a prize that rewards initiatives that are replacing animal testing. And we do it in alternate years. So this year is a Spring Prize year, next year is a Lush Prize year. But I just saw that I have a very special guest to interview next. And I'm gonna call James Atherton to my stage. Hi, James!
Hey, Ruth! They do not know what's happening putting us together on camera.
No, it's actually dangerous.
This is a dangerous moment.
This is a very dangerous moment. So take the kids out of the living room.
Exactly, yeah. Lock up your everything.
Yeah.
We're here.
James, so my first question is, James has been the coordinator for Spring Prize for many years. And my first question is, how much better did I do this time?
1,000 times better. Ruth, look at this. I'm so happy that we can welcome people from, I'm sure, all over the world to watch, which is very special.
Very special.
You did so much better, babe.
No, I'm joking. And James, tell me more about Spring Prize. So you coordinated 3 years of Spring Prize?
That's right. So Spring Prize is a really special prize which honors people all over the world working for ecological and social regeneration. And I think that's quite important, that it's not just about ecosystem restoration, but also about the social and the community building. And also it's very political. We've noticed from a lot of folks who have already received a prize today, the very deeply political nature of regeneration. And Spring Prize doesn't shy away from that. We're very proud of all the great diversity of groups who are receiving prizes.
Yeah, excellent. And I think we've seen so many amazing, like really amazing prize recipients come over the years. Do you have a memorable one that you can share?
No, this is like choosing a favorite child. You're not allowed to do that.
Okay, I'm not going to do that to you, James. And then one year, which was really interesting during the pandemic, we had to do Spring Prize online. And it was also really lovely because we gave groups a little bit of funds for them to run a celebration in their own communities. And then what happened?
That was quite special. So because we couldn't be together in person like we are today, we did something similar to what you're seeing live streamed. We had a live stream, but also we're allowing people to celebrate with their communities in place. And that's quite special to see how people celebrated in their many different cultures and also really connected to the place and the land where they are, which is really what regeneration is all about. Connecting to land, connecting to people, community.
And just the last thing, James and I also supported and co-founded two sisters organizations that came out of Spring Prize. So Spring Prize had little babies, and they are two beautiful nonprofits, Realliance and Regenerosity, to carry on the work of regeneration and building the communities of practice also outside of Spring Prize. So thank you for all that you do, James, and it's been a pleasure.
Thank you for all that you do, and thank you all those watching, and keep up the regeneration and get out there and do it.
I think we need to go back.
Okay.
They're ready.
Oh my gosh.
Bye.
Bye.
We're ready to go back. So I'm going to wrap this up, and we are back from dessert. I'll see you later for one final stream, one final word from me. Bye-bye. See you soon. Oh, yeah.
Hello, everybody. If you haven't finished your dessert, you're more than welcome to take time as we move into the final stage of the evening to celebrate two very special categories. I'd like to introduce two amazing souls to the stage, Herika, who manages brand and training at Lush US and Canada, and Philippa, a Spring Prize judge and member of Transition Network.
What's up, everybody? How are you enjoying your delicious treats? Is your mouths are full? That's
Yeah,
they're not
Okay.
answering. Well, good evening, everybody. I'm Erica Vega. This is Felipa. We are very honored to be here tonight to present the Indigenous Knowledge and Wisdom Award. Yeah! We also, excuse me, that's very loud on the mic. I also just wanted to, for both of us, to express our gratitude to Be the Earth and Savagery Trust for sponsoring this prize.
So, can you hear me well? Yeah. So this award celebrates organizations that center Indigenous ways of knowing. This Indigenous knowing is not, it's not like historical artifacts. But this is about living wisdom that is really essential for our futures. So this year, the organizations selected for this prize are the ones that are really weaving Indigenous knowledge in practical ways. This is really important. So they are doing it with peasant movements, with agroecology, and revitalizing culture in communities with many centuries of colonization, that's the way we say it, behind them. This is really, really important work. That work is refusing to let traditional knowledge be erased or forgotten, reminding us that regeneration is as well remembering.
So we'd like to introduce you to the 2025 shortlisted nominees for Indigenous Knowledge and Wisdom. So here are the nominees. Give them a hand. So we've got a couple of groups that we're going to be introducing tonight. The first one that we would love to welcome to the stage is our first award nominee, and this is for the Cultural Conservancy.
We are the Cultural Conservancy, a Native-led organization based in Northern California. Our mission is to protect and restore Indigenous cultures, empowering them in the direct application of traditional knowledge and practices on their ancestral lands. Indigenous peoples remember that we are from the land, of the land, and immersed in the land. We have the opportunity to demonstrate positive examples of Indigenous resilience and sustainability, in particular, a place of Native learning, research, and training for food security and climate adaptation. We honor the sacred relationship of Native peoples to the land as we create Heron Shadow, an Indigenous biocultural oasis. We are building a land revitalization space, Indigenous farm, and educational center. Our land tending program and traditional farming system promotes biodiversity, employs Indigenous wisdom of adaptive farming systems, and cultivates food sovereignty. We plant the seeds within the guests and learners who visit, and in turn, they can grow, spread, and teach these invaluable lessons in their own communities. We look to a time when we can mend the circles within our Indigenous communities. We strive for a place with healthy individuals, communities, and ecosystems. This is what we are building at Heron Shadow and would love to see in communities across the world.
I believe this belongs to you. While I've got you up here, can I ask you a few questions? Can I hand this to you? Please. Thank you. So this organization has been around for a while. You said about 40 years. And you yourself, you were telling me yesterday that you have been with the company or the organization for 10 years, right? So do you want to share with me just like a moment of joy or an experience that you've had throughout that time?
Absolutely. Before I do that, I also would love to thank Lush and Savitri Trust for making this opportunity possible. We are incredibly humbled and honored to win this award. Thank you. I look back at the decades. We're 40 years old this year. And the first year, we were actually originally called a different name. Yeah. And the Sacred Land Foundation. And in our first decade, we really focused on bringing Native lands back to Native hands. And we did that mostly through sacred site protection. In our next decade, we focused more on restoring ecocultural traditions and lifeways and knowledge. When we went into our third decade, we sowed seeds, we branched out, and we became a land-based organization. We learned to farm, we learn to grow seeds, we save seeds, we distribute food to community. Becoming a land-based organization was the catalyst for our organization, for self-determination, for being able to provide a safe place. You heard in the video, we call this Heron Shadow, and it's an Indigenous biocultural heritage oasis. And here's the place for the next 10 years. We're gonna do most of our programming.
Yeah, well, here's to another 40. David, I've got a question for you.
Thank you for that question. I think the answer is in the question that despite
So the next prize recipient is Organización Ecológica Soliverde con Baltasar y Emanuel.
La Unidad Soliverde es un proyecto de regeneración de la tierra y el conocimiento en el norte de Guatemala, en el borde de la reserva de la biosfera maya, la última gran selva de Mesoamérica. Aquí la deforestación es la más alta en Centroamérica. Los ríos se están secando, el suelo se vuelve infértil y las comunidades que han vivido aquí por generaciones son campesinos, agricultores, indígenas, pueblos forestales, están siendo expulsados. Soliverde busca construir otro camino. Restauramos ecosistemas y proveemos la soberanía alimenticia a través de la agroecología y la reforestación. Enseñamos cómo construir viviendas resistentes con materiales agrícolas y fortalecemos el bienestar comunitario a través del intercambio de conocimientos. Lo que intentamos hacer es una escuela viva, porque el conocimiento, igual que la tierra, hay que cultivarlo para que sobreviva. Nuestra selva es como una abuela. Ella guarda la historia, la memoria, las respuestas que necesitamos. Pero hemos olvidado cómo escucharla. Nuestro trabajo es volver a escuchar y asegurarnos de que las generaciones que vienen también puedan escuchar su voz. El conocimiento indígena y ancestral muchas veces se trata como algo del pasado, algo distante o simbólico, pero la indigeneidad está en todas partes. Está en los campesinos que siguen sembrando según los ciclos de la luna, en las familias que resisten y conservan su idioma, en las personas que luchan una y otra vez por quedarse en su tierra. Necesitamos nuevas representaciones, necesitamos acceso a la alegría, a la innovación, a la creatividad. Necesitamos un mundo de los que han protegido la tierra por generaciones puedan seguir haciéndolo, y donde nuestro conocimiento no sea visto como algo que hay que preservar, sino algo que se debe practicar y adaptar y llevar hacia el futuro.
Gracias, gracias.
¿Quieres irte ahí para fotos? Ven. That's so sweet. ¿Aquí? A ver, Baltasar. Te voy a preguntar unas cosas con tu idioma. Perdona si hago errores, ¿vale? Bueno, tengo el papel que me va a ayudar. Ahora, en este filme, vosotros han hablado sobre que la cultura indígena está en todas partes. Y con ejemplos. Por ejemplo, los agricultores que sembran por la luna, familias que mantienen su idioma. ¿Tú tienes otros ejemplos que a lo mejor la gente no sabe o que no piensan de esta conexión profunda con la naturaleza que los pueblos indígenas tienen, indígenas mayas tienen? ¿Tienes ejemplos?
Sí, claro. La verdad es que nosotros como proyecto estamos conscientes, de que nuestra población mayaitzá, gran cantidad de nuestra población está muriendo por la falta de recursos económicos. Gran cantidad de nuestros hermanos están muriendo porque no tienen dinero para pagar la medicina convencional o farmacéutica. Entonces, como proyecto, hemos creado lo que se llama Salud Verde, que es enseñarle a la gente a usar nuestras plantas que usaban nuestros ancestros. Hemos hecho recopilación de plantas, cantidades de plantas que nos hemos dado cuenta que son súper medicinales, súper poderosas contra el cáncer, contra todo. y eso es lo que estamos promoviendo. Queremos sembrar en nuestra juventud, principalmente en nuestras mujeres, nuestros niños, nuestras niñas, cómo curarse con plantas medicinales. Y de hecho, tenemos muchos testimonios de jóvenes que han sido sanados de neumas, de quistes en los ovarios, en la matriz, en el colon, en la próstata, con plantas medicinales.
Qué increíble, ¿eh?
Es maravilloso.
Increíble, ¿eh? Tengo más. Ahora, has mencionado que el conocimiento indígena a menudo se trata un poco como de algo pasado, un poco simbólico. ¿Cómo estáis adaptando este conocimiento, que es muy ancestral, para responder a los retos de hoy, como el cambio climático, por ejemplo?
Sí, fíjate que tenemos una filosofía, y nuestra filosofía es retroceder el tiempo y recabar toda la información de cómo nuestros ancestros cultivaban la tierra de manera práctica. Yo sé que la permacultura es nueva, pues, pero nosotros le estamos enseñando a nuestros pueblos indígenas cómo practicar una permacultura ancestral maya, o sea, tan práctica que pueden a la par de su cocina sembrar ajo, cebolla, cebollín, apazote, berenjenas, práctica, porque eso es lo que necesitamos, que la gente aprenda a comer de manera orgánica, pero práctica, sin gastar mucho dinero. Entonces, creo que lo estamos logrando. Ya tenemos un grupo de personas que están practicando este tipo de permacultura ancestral. O sea, es una combinación de permacultura moderna con prácticas ancestrales. Nos está dando muy buen resultado y la gente está muy contenta porque tienen la comida ahí, no tienen que ir a una tienda a comprar químicos, comida química. Ellos tienen su comida en su patio. Entonces creo que nos está dando muy buen resultado esta filosofía.
¿Una más? Una más. Entonces, vosotros están trabajando en esta, la verdad, en esta intersección de tantas crisis ambientales y sociales. Pero, y allí hablas de, ustedes tratan de trabajar, crear este camino, otro camino diferente. ¿Tienes una estrategia para eso?
Correcto, tenemos una estrategia muy excelente que nos ha dado muy buen resultado. Y recordemos que los jóvenes y los niños son las futuras generaciones. Entonces yo creo que el blanco perfecto para nuestro trabajo son ellos. Por lo cual hemos desarrollado con mi equipo una estrategia trabajar con escuelas y colegios. Vamos donde los directores de las escuelas, les pedimos permiso para que nos den un chancecito de hablar con los jóvenes y es así como les sembramos en su corazón desde temprana edad lo que es conservación, lo que es permacultura y lo que es el cuidado a nuestro medio ambiente. Hemos visto cómo los jóvenes se sienten un poco admirados cuando les explicamos del cambio climático, qué representa para la actualidad el cambio climático y qué va a representar para ellos entre 20 años. Ellos se quedan asustados y dicen, pero esto va a suceder entre 20 años. Ustedes lo verán. Así es que es momento que ustedes desde pequeños empiecen a saber la realidad del tema. Estamos en peligro, por lo cual son ustedes los responsables de ver o arreglar o contribuir a que nuestro planeta sea más sano. Muchas gracias. Y antemano pues agradecer a Lush por la oportunidad que nos da de estar aquí en este país tan bello y de ayudar a nuestro proyecto. Si no hubiera sido por esto, creo que nuestro proyecto no hubiera crecido tanto. Créame que yo estoy muy contento con mi hijo porque juntos y juntamente con mi equipo estamos trabajando. Gracias a Lush porque vemos un futuro mucho mejor que el que pensábamos antes. Gracias.
Todo bien, todo bien.
Qué linda, gracias, gracias.
So after all this emotion, so finally,
No, I'm just hanging out with you.
okay, I like that. I like that. Don't go.
I'm just a cheerleader for you.
Yes. So finally, I will get to know to talk my language with a little bit less of music, because they have the right music in their voices. So this is the prize that goes to Assentamento Terra Vista. Minhas queridas Solange e Daisy, muitos parabéns.
O assentamento Terra Vista surgiu a partir do Movimento dos Trabalhadores Rurais Sem Terra, né, do MST, tendo em vista um período muito complexo. Nós estávamos vivendo aqui nessa região sul. Foi no período da crise da lavoura cacaueira e justamente num período em que os fazendeiros, né, estavam totalmente quebrados no sentido econômico. E aí foi a porta de entrada para que o Movimento dos Trabalhadores Rurais Sem Terra pudesse surgir e se organizar nessa região, na região sul. Eu acho que o trabalho do Terra Vista não é o trabalho que o sistema capitalista impregnou na mente dos seres humanos, das pessoas, né? O trabalho que a gente fala aqui é o trabalho para a liberdade. Todos os dias a gente constrói, a gente melhora a escola, a gente melhora o espaço da saúde, a gente melhora as nossas moradias, a gente embeleza o assentamento, a gente planta árvores, a gente cuida das nascentes, é uma forma de trabalhar, entendendo de que esse trabalho não é um trabalho desgastante nem cansativo, mas é um trabalho que faz com que a gente se sinta pertencente desse espaço e que esse espaço ele é um espaço de autonomia mesmo, de resistência. Então a gente precisa cuidar disso. Então eu vejo o trabalho para nós aqui como um trabalho da liberdade e não um trabalho para ser escravo.
Mas eu acredito que você, no seu mundo onde você vive, onde você bota os pés, você tem que entender que a terra e o território é uma peça fundamental e você quer ver qualquer mudança grandiosa no mundo, você tem que fazer ali no seu local. O seu local é muito importante para você perceber o mundo. Como os povos originários já diziam, se você gostar da sua tribo, amar seu povo da sua tribo, falar bem do povo da sua tribo, o mundo todo vê a seus pés. Então, eu acredito nisso, que através do seu local, você pode fazer uma grande mudança que você espera no mundo.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Minha querida.
Tira só umas fotografias para ali. Umas perguntas para você. Isto é para você. Eu não preciso. Vocês dizem no filme que o trabalho de vocês é um trabalho para a liberdade e não para a servidão. Como é que é esse dia-a-dia de liberdade para vocês na Terra Vista?
Primeiro eu quero agradecer a todos e todas que estão aqui presentes. Agradecer a Lush por essa oportunidade de estar organizando esse espaço tão importante para a gente, para dar visibilidade à nossa luta e todo o processo de resistência que a gente vivencia lá no assentamento Terra Vista. E também não poderia deixar de agradecer à minha comunidade, ao assentamento Terra Vista. Se eu estou aqui junto com Daisy, é porque lá na comunidade deixamos um coletivo de pessoas de crianças, jovens, os anciões e anciãs, homens e mulheres que estão lá nesse processo de luta e resistência pelo território. E, voltando à pergunta, na minha perspectiva, eu entendo que só o fato de eu conquistar a terra junto com os demais companheiros e companheiras já é uma sensação de liberdade. Mas a segunda liberdade é quando a gente tem o direito de ir e vir no nosso território, de ter acesso à água, ter acesso à floresta, ter acesso a uma educação emancipatória para nossos filhos, nossas filhas, nossos netos e netas, ter uma vida digna, ter uma produção orgânica, ter direito às sementes nativas crioulas, enfim, ter direito à liberdade. É isso para mim, é viver dignamente numa terra e no território.
Ok. E... Palmas. Claro. Vou fazer pergunta. Então, e com um jeitinho brasileiro, o movimento que vocês juntam, vocês fazem um movimento que juntam muitos povos. Pessoas indígenas, agricultores, quilombolas, e todos estes se juntam na luta pela terra. Quais é que são as sabedorias indígenas que vocês integram em relação à terra? O que é que vocês fazem?
Tem um ditado de uma senhora que eu ouvi em uma comunidade quilombola em Minas Gerais e também por uma senhora, uma anciã indígena. Ela disse que as sementes vão onde nossos pés não conseguem ir. E isso quer dizer o quê, né? No nosso coração, né? Em diversos locais, né, diversos territórios, a gente partilha de muitos saberes que são milenares e que vieram de continentes, né? Tanto de África quanto também de Abiyala, do nosso território maior, né, do nosso bem comum. E esse conhecimento que vem de dentro de nós, ele está também refletido em tantas outras experiências. A Teia dos Povos, que é uma articulação que une diversos povos de diversos locais do nosso estado da Bahia, mas também do Brasil, que tem povos indígenas, ribeirinhos, quilombolas, sem terra, e tantos outros povos, que não dá para citar aqui. Falamos que temos uma grande aliança, que é preta, indígena, tradicional e popular. E esse conhecimento nos oportunizou, em 525 anos, permanecer de pé, que é o conhecimento maior, que é o conhecimento da floresta. Quem conhece a floresta também conhece a si mesmo. E quem respeita, que foi o que eu mais escutei dos mais velhos e das mais velhas no evento da Lush, que a gente teve cá, é que se nós somos, né, somos nós, você é, que o conhecimento que você tem, o conhecimento que eu tenho, o conhecimento que todos vocês têm, a gente está dentro como um bem comum. Isso é o que para muitos povos originários se chama o bem viver no planeta Terra, com a Pachamama, com a Cunhagatu, né, com o Grande Espírito, com os iquices, com os orixás. E esse conhecimento é o que nos permitiu chegar até aqui hoje.
Ok.
Então, só agradecer. Esse é o conhecimento que partilhamos e que também ouvimos muito de vocês. Estaremos voltando preenchidos de muita sabedoria de diversas partes do mundo. Então, agradeço a todos os parentes, a todos os amigos que nos oportunizaram de chegar até aqui.
Tenho só mais uma pergunta. Vocês criaram algo incrível. Incrível. Tem um assentamento onde reforma agrária encontra restauração ou regeneração ecológica e autonomia comunitária, mas isto não é uma coisa que aparece assim por milagre. Foram 30 anos de luta, pelo que vocês contaram, 5 despejos, resistência constante. Como é que vocês conseguem sustentar a esperança com tantas décadas de luta? Como é que fazem isso? Como é que veem o futuro da Terra Vista?
A gente acorda, dorme e acorda sonhando. Todos os dias a gente sonha e nunca deixa de sonhar. Essa é uma das melhores coisas que nos faz permanecer de pé. E o assentamento tem 33 anos de resistência, que ele foi ocupado em 1992 e recebeu emissão de posse em 1994. Estamos lá até hoje fazendo transição agroecológica. Justamente, damos graças também à luta do Movimento Trabalhadores Rurais Sem Terra, o MST, que é fruto de luta do Movimento Sem Terra. E nesse processo de transição agroecológica tivemos a oportunidade de conhecer outras experiências, que a gente percebeu que a gente não estava numa ilha. E foi a partir dessa perspectiva e desse conhecimento também de outros parceiros, de outras comunidades, de outros territórios indígenas e quilombolas, pescadores e pescadores, marisqueiros e marisqueiros, enfim, nós percebemos que nós não estávamos sozinhos, que nós precisamos beber da fonte também dessa diaspórica, dessa cosmovisão de outros povos originários e tradicionais.
Ok. Muito obrigada. Muito obrigada. Não, recebam os vossos aplausos, recebam os aplausos. Congratulations to everybody.
Thank you so much, Erica and Philippa. And if we can have one more applause for our Indigenous Knowledge and Wisdom Prize recipients. Now, this evening, you may have noticed something smells beautiful that is sitting on your tables. So these are a special soap that was created for you for tonight. I invite you to pick up your Seeds of Hope soap from the table and take a little sniff. You may note the bergamot oil, sourced from an Italian family business in South Italy. They've been producing citrus oils for 3 generations. It's a scent that uplifts and sparks joy, just like this evening. You may also smell neroli oil. It's sourced from a family business in Egypt, a scent to cheer up the mood and help you find some inner peace. And last but not least, you may smell the West Timor sandalwood oil, a sweet and woody aroma. This precious wood is collected from sustainable sources located in 5 villages and involving 500 sandalwood custodians. They're all engaged in the protection and replanting of these precious trees. Inside the soap itself is a seed. Once you've used this soap, we invite you to plant the seed and commemorate tonight. Thanks. Now, I cannot believe that we have come to our final category, the Permaculture Magazine Award. I do have to acknowledge that I may have lied a little bit earlier. It's Lush. We are running a little bit over time. So, before we get on, I'd like to invite 2 of our friends, our Spring Prize partner organisations, to the stage. Maddie Harland, the co-founder and editor of Permaculture magazine, and James from Realliance to do us the honours. Maddie and James.
I mean, what is time anyway?
Okay, so thank you very much for inviting us tonight. I'm Maddie Harland. It's such a pleasure. And this is James Atherton.
Good to see you, Maddie.
So good to see you. So we're going to wrap this show up fairly soon, so don't worry, we won't keep you too long. So I am very privileged to be here to present the Permaculture Magazine Award, which I had this kind of mad idea that I'd raise funds in 2018, because what else is there to do in life? And set up an award. And so I want to acknowledge our funders who prefer to privately get on with their lives, but occasionally give me money. I love
Thanks
you.
for that.
So since 2018, we've given away £155,000.
Oh,
which,
come on.
You know.
Right. Yes.
And can I say that for a tiny little alternative magazine that's never been funded, it's an awesome privilege to do that. We've given it to 28 projects, including the ones that you're going to hear about today. And these projects celebrate real best practice in permaculture. They've been from all over the world. They're grassroots projects. They have oodles of skills that are transferable, that they share within their local communities, and they are great mentors and examples to the global permaculture community. And the idea of this award is to uplift these people and these communities who might not have access to money as NGOs, because often they're just tiny community organizations, but with small amounts of money they do incredible regenerative work, and I'm so proud to be connected to them through this work. So hey James.
Hey Maddie.
But before we start doing the thing, okay, can we play a very, very quick game?
Okay.
Okay. So imagine that you're a teenage Lush fan.
Imagine.
How do you...
I am.
Of course he was. How do you tell them what permaculture is, James?
Okay. So how do you describe permaculture to a teenage Lush fan?
Yeah, you got it.
I got this. Hey diva, right? So imagine you're making your perfect bath routine, okay? What do you need? Bath bomb. You probably want a face mask as well too. What else? Soap, water, yes. Can we get a round of applause for fresh water?
Yay.
Yes, right? So you're creating your perfect bath routine. Well, permaculture is kind of like creating a gorgeous routine, but what you're creating are beautiful, healthy ecosystems, right? How did I do?
Very well done.
Okay,
Well done.
But Maddie, you are the expert, so you tell us, how would you describe permaculture?
Okay. So a lot of people think permaculture is all about gardening and growing veg, and it is, but it's so much more than that. So I want you to imagine, because we are in the company of some fairly well-known birders, I want you to imagine that we have a bird and it has two wings. And one wing is the visionary imagination, is the dynamism, is the creativity, is the big picture thinking, is the dreamer. And we've heard about unity consciousness and dreaming and interconnection and the web of life tonight. It's been glorious. And so much thanks to everyone who's elevated with that vibration tonight. And then we have the doer. We have the other wing. It's the person who can plan. It's the strategist. It's the person that sees patterns but then can put them into action. It's the designer. And there's the trick. You have the two sides of our nature, the visionary and the designer. And when we have both of those wings fully flexed, that's when we begin to really fly. That's when we start to change the world. And permaculture is very simply a tool to help us combine those two sides of our nature so that we can combine our vision with our practical, creative, dynamic self and make things happen in the world.
I think we need a round of applause for that gorgeous poetic description. Thank you, Maddie. And thanks for bringing it back to birds.
Birds rule.
And of course, we have some amazing organizations who we'd love to welcome up who are embodying permaculture, and we'll welcome in a moment. But Maddie, first of all, I'd like to say a huge thank you for all your work on the Permaculture magazine. And I'd love to say a very thoughtful moment for Tim Harland as well, too. So, yeah, thank you. A round of applause for the wonderful Tim Harland in memory of Tim. Thank you.
So
the nominees for
Yeah.
the Permaculture
Hey,
Magazine
this
Award.
is the good bit. Okay, so it's my honour to announce that the awardees of this prize, the first one is Patman.
Yes! And this is the beautiful shortlist as well.
Oh yeah,
Yes.
that too.
Round of applause for the
Forgot
shortlist. Look
that
at all of
bit.
these awards. Well, okay.
Sorry.
반멍은 고령화와 폐광으로 인해 사라질 위기에 처한 고향으로 돌아온 두 자매가 만든 청년들의 퍼머컬처 커뮤니티 겸 농장입니다. 퍼머컬처의 세 가지 윤리인 얼스케어, 피플케어, 페어쉐어에 기반하여 청년들과 퍼머컬처로 모두가 잘 먹고 잘 사는 세 가지 측면에서 연결하는 활동을 합니다. 첫 번째, 자연과 자연을 연결하기 위해 퍼머컬처에서 자연에 접근하는 방법으로 모든 것을 탐구합니다. 두 번째, 자연과 사람을 연결하기 위해 퍼머컬처 디자인을 우리가 활동하는 모든 곳에 적용하여 인간의 개입을 최소화하며 자연과 함께 일합니다. 세 번째, 세대와 세대를 연결하기 위해 한국 퍼머컬처 협회를 통해 많은 사람들과 소통하고 지혜와 기술을 나누며 세븐 제너레이션의 가치가 중요하다는 것을 알리고 있습니다.
Patman, come on up. Congratulations. Oh, wonderful. Well done. Can I have a hug too? Thank you. Well done. Thank you. Thank you. Here, take a photo, please. Well done. Thank you. So you can go, and you can sit over here. Thank you. So next
Okay.
up.
So next up is NGO Permaculture in Ukraine. Big round of applause, please.
NGO Permaculture in Ukraine was founded in 2012. We conduct courses, organize conferences, translate books, and run a network of demonstration centers.
In the context of the ongoing war, the biggest achievement for our organization is to continue our activities and find ways to be useful to Ukrainian society, like creating permaculture public spaces and rehabilitating people in our demonstration centers.
What the war taught us is that strength is in unity and networks, and that autonomous homesteads that grow their food and preserve their seeds can not only survive but help other people, and also that international support and networks matter.
Well done. Well done. Oh. Well done. Oh, yeah. Well done.
There you go. Thank you.
And would you like to stand there for a photo? No problem. Oh.
Yay! Well done. So next up in this list of winners is Hota Fagul. Come on up.
Hortafgul is a permaculture-led community garden based at the University of Lisbon, which was founded in 2009 by a group of biology students concerned with the lack of action against the climate and socio-economic crisis. Regeneration is a key concept in our project because our main goals include the regeneration of ecosystems in an urban environment, the regeneration of social tissue, and the regeneration of our exchange systems. We need to radically change our food production systems because fighting climate change and social inequality starts with food. For that, we need to start looking at nature and mimic its patterns and processes. As a collective, we need to foster commitment, collective responsibility, and an altruistic mindset.
Oh my God, oh, it's a sandwich. Well done. Yeah, good. Do you want to stand over here? What the heck? You guys are wild. Tiago, you can sit over here. Thank you.
And the next project that we'd like to celebrate is the Eco Centro Alpa Tapuna.
Alpa Tarpuna es un proyecto dedicado a la regeneración del territorio, la soberanía alimentaria y el rescate de saberes ancestrales, con un enfoque en permacultura, fortaleciendo la autonomía de las personas y la conexión con la Pachamama. La regeneración es un proceso de sanación y fortalecimiento de la vida en todas sus formas. Rescatamos y protegemos semillas ancestrales, promovemos la bioconstrucción, implementamos sistemas de captación y purificación de agua y fortalecemos los lazos comunitarios a través de mingas y talleres. Queremos un mundo donde las comunidades vuelvan a tener control sobre su tierra, su agua y su alimentación, donde el conocimiento ancestral sea valorado tanto como la ciencia moderna y donde la economía no destruya la naturaleza, sino que se base en la reciprocidad y el respeto.
Gosh. A round of applause for all these gorgeous people. Well done. Congratulations. Jihyun, I'm going to give you this in a moment because we're all going to have a chat. And thank you for taking the time to chat with me. So, Jihyun, I would love to ask, with your work in Patmang, is translating okay? Is there something that you think permaculture has surprised people when they hear about your work? What do you think is quite surprising about permaculture?
네, 들리시나요? 퍼마컬처 정원과 일반 정원이 가장 다른 것은 연결되어 있다는 점이 가장 다른 것 같은데요. 일반 정원은 그저 창 밖으로 보기만 하는 정원이라면 우리가 가꾸는 퍼마컬처 정원 또는 농장은 흙 안에 미생물들이 있고 그리고 그 흙 속에 살아가는 뿌리가 있고 뿌리는 줄기로 이어지고 줄기는 잎을 피우고 꽃을 피우고 열매를 피우고 그리고 그 정원 안에서는 모든 세대와 사람들이 연결이 되고 곤충과 동물들, 새들이 다 연결되는 것 같아요. 그리고 가장 중요한 건 그런 살아있는 퍼마컬처 정원을 가꾸게 되면 퍼마컬처로서 지속 가능한 세대까지도 연결할 수 있는 장점이 있기 때문에 굳이 안 할 이유가 없을 정도로 굉장히 놀랍다고 생각이 듭니다.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I love to hear how you describe permaculture as something so holistic, something more than just gardens, but about the life in the soil, the life of community. And Anastasia, I'd love to ask, because of course you are working in a very challenging and difficult context. And I'd love to ask a little bit about this, how permaculture applies here, but also about principles that you think can apply widely across many different contexts.
Permaculture is philosophy, it's lifestyle, and permaculture principles can be applied anywhere. For instance, one of my favorite ones, the problem is the solution. War, it's a very huge problem, but at the same time, war taught a lot of people in Ukraine that they should think more about their own culture, about their own language, and about creating communities and learning how to be sustainable, learning how to grow your own food. When there is a crisis around you and everything that you have, just a bunch of seeds and some soil, you begin to remember what your granny said to you when you were a child, and you begin to value it a lot. So war can sometimes bring also good things.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I love how you brought up the problem is the solution, and seeing your work really shows this in action. So thank you so much. Anastasia started to touch on it, but Tiago, I'd love to ask you about permaculture and the social, because of course your work is in a university space, right? So that must be a very social environment. How is permaculture more than just about gardening, but also about the social?
Intriguing and very interesting question, I should say, James. Well, we see it as, imagine breathing. So as you breathe in, you take care of your own family, our inner group, and as you breathe out, as you exhale, you reach out to the community, whether it's the university itself, students, teachers, researchers, or civil society itself, which mainly is so-called. We try to reach out to those. So we try to, today the Thursday, and there's activities going on at our university as we speak. So every Thursday, for 16 years almost, we've been doing this. So this is our way of giving back to the community and engaging with them and in our voluntary days on Thursdays.
Wow, fantastic. Thank you so much. I love that. Did you say 16 years?
Late this year, so to be precise, 15 years and something.
Well done. Well done. I think this is an amazing lesson of showing up, that it takes time and it takes commitment to show up again and again to create really rich social spaces. So thank you. Yes, thank you. Now, Rogelio, thank you so much. I would love to ask you if you have any wisdom for those who are starting out in permaculture, those who want to start their own spaces. Do you have any wisdom that you'd like to share for those starting out, starting fresh, starting new?
Desde los pueblos indígenas, una de las sabidurías importantísimo que es el summa causai, el buen vivir, se conforma dentro de este contexto lo que habla la permacultura, las tres éticas: el cuidado de la tierra, el cuidado de las personas y compartir los excedentes. Entonces, eso para nosotros desde todos los días es un sentir, un vivir conjuntamente, ¿sí? Como elementos de vida que estamos dentro de la Pachamama o dentro del planeta, y pues donde conforma, ¿no?, la vida, como las semillas, el agua, la tierra, los astros, la energía, la luna, o sea, todo el conocimiento que está dentro de eso. Entonces, nos basamos en eso y eso es algo para nosotros súper importante, de todos los días naces en ella y vas a morir en ella, como la permacultura lo dice, el summa causa, el buen vivir.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yeah, the spirit of Buen Vivir, the spirit of bringing the permaculture ethics into life through the Buen Vivir life. Yeah, thank you so much for sharing. I wish we had more time to talk with you all because this is so special and I'm sure you have so much more to share. But can we have a huge, the biggest round of applause yet for these amazing folks right here. Thank you all so much. It's been such a pleasure. Thank you. And we can go up here. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Solo quiero decir una cosita.
Yeah?
Solo quiero mencionar una cosita.
Give him the mic.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you want the mic?
Sí, solo una palabra.
A little.
Ah,
Thank you so much, James. One more round of applause for the recipients. Just a little PSA, those of you who are heading back to Kingston, the bus will be heading off in probably about 10 to 15 minutes, but there will be another bus heading off afterwards, okay? So tēnā koutou katoa. As we come to the end of the formal part of our evening, I invite you just to take one last quick look around and see who's still here with you. The conversations that spark the moments of connection, these are not endings, they're purely beginnings. Tonight we honoured seedlings and deep-rooted trees, new ideas and long-standing work. But every single one of you is leaving with something planted. Maybe it's a question, maybe it's a collaboration waiting to happen. Maybe it's a sense that you're not alone. So take that seed with you, water it, and let it grow. And as while the ceremony closes, the evening's still alive, there is some music coming, there is coffee waiting, there is space to dance and continue the conversations. Ask questions, share a story, maybe begin something new. He waka eke noa, we're all in this together. Thank you for being here, for showing up with your full selves. But we do need actually, to extend the biggest gratitude to the ANTS translation support team who have made sure every voice was heard. The Spring Prize is a joint venture between Lush and Ethical Consumer magazine. So Anna and Fran, we want to extend the biggest, most grateful thank you for all of the care and thought that goes on behind the scenes to make this event possible. This would also not be possible without all of our partners. We'd like to acknowledge the events team for the extreme dedication to getting this together. The travel team who had the mammoth task of bringing us all here. And for the Lush support team for your dedication to this moment. And to anyone who has supported this event, from our manufacturing teams to our stores, you all play a part in this regenerative movement. But before we shift from ceremony to celebration, I'd like to invite Jen Feroz to close the formal part of our evening. Jen's been working all night on a poem. In this political moment, as things can feel hopeless, it can feel almost impossible to bottle these glimmers and feelings of magic from an evening like this. So what a privilege it is to be sharing a beautiful meal in celebration of some incredible grassroots organisations, and let's be so real, some badass activists who are working to leave the world lusher than they found it. We hope this poem is a little emblem to immortalise the evening, to revisit after the event as often as you need. You can find it on the QR code on the card that is also on your table. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Good evening, everyone. Jen.
Thank you so much. This has been such an inspiring evening to observe and be a part of. And this poem that I've written for you during the course of this evening is called Tapestry. This room shivers with potential, bathed in green and scented with something sharp, herbaceous. Even before the guests arrive, you can feel something special in the air. This, I think, is what hope feels like. Fresh and bright enough that you can taste it on the sides of your tongue. The night begins, and this room is a chattering hum, old friends embracing, new introductions clicking into place, the glitter of admiration in every handshake, the murmuration of possibility in each conversation. There is much here to celebrate. There is much here to learn. This room kindled with sincere applause where whoops and cheers swoop across us like joyous bird calls. This room is full of dreamers who are not afraid. Dreamers who will get their hands dirty, who know that the wisdom of the past can ignite the spark of the future. Those who understand that hope takes patience, that strength is often gentle, that the promise of generations can be found in a seed, in a sapling, in the ripples of a beloved river, in soil under your fingernails. Slowly, softly, a weaving is taking place. Glimmering threads of connection between communities, between peoples, between hearts and hands, stitched here tonight in the name of inspiration, of regeneration, of healing. At the back of this room, the interpreters thrum in their hive, sending skeins of language into the air, strengthening this growing tapestry with honeyed understanding. Mother Earth sees this room, this delicate, vital interlacing you have started. She looks on us, her maddening, difficult, impetuous, exceptional children. She sees this tapestry spread out like the beginnings of a blanket, and she too begins to feel the taste of hope on her wild, tired lips. Thank you very much.
What an inspirational evening. Thank you so much for being with us and watching the live stream. And I hope that this has nourished your soil a little bit, and that you can be the seed of change and take everything that you've learned from tonight out into the world, and leave the world lusher than we found it. And stay in touch. You can go to www.springprize.org, sign up to our newsletter so you can receive the news, you can find out. And that's all. Calling off. Goodbye and good night.